que ya ven que la puntualidad argentina y latinoamericana, ¿no? Yo debo tener genes alemanes, porque siempre yo tengo como obsesión con los horarios. Soy esclava de los horarios, pero reconozco que es como demasiado. Pero bueno.
Hi, everybody. Let's hope that people. I'm just waiting for people to sit down over there. Okay, right. Well, we're going to start by showing you a video that we weren't able to show you yesterday. Our first cyber diplomat for everywhere. This is a really important position that was created during Obama's presidency. In fact, he was an advisor to Obama on cybersecurity. And now he runs the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise based in Holland, in The Hague. It was created on the initiative of the Netherlands government, which provided financing initially. And today he's working on training in cybersecurity for governments, civil society, and for corporate organizations. In Argentina, he is linked to the Organization of American States. He's been in Costa Rica and different internet schools. He was present at a meeting held by the Security Ministry a few weeks ago, and we've met with him as well. And he's a very good friend of ours. He's just sent us a message, in fact, about the different processes in the UN covering cybercrime, as we discussed yesterday. So we're going to show the video. It's subtitled by myself and Lucas. Lucas and I are we're going to show you this video now. Here we are with Christopher Painter.
My name is Chris Painter. I'm the president of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, a worldwide cyber capacity building organization that has many countries and civil society and academia and companies involved in it, doing the critical work of capacity building. I'll talk a little more about that in a second. I'm also the former top cyber diplomat at the U.S. State Department, I think the first one in the world. Also a federal prosecutor at one point doing cybercrime and many other roles. And I wanted to talk to you today about a couple of different areas, just briefly, in this South School for Internet Governance, something that I feel strongly about and have been supporting for years. So thank you, Olga, again for having this. One is what's happening in the UN. The UN has been devoted a lot of time and attention over the last 10 years or so to the issue of cybersecurity, and more recently to the issue of cybercrime. On the issue of cybersecurity, there have been a number of meetings, what they call groups of governmental experts, small groups of different country representatives, and more recently, something called an open-ended working group, where all the different countries in the world participate. Last time, this open-ended working group that concluded its work last year came up with a report, a consensus report, so every country agreed, that among other things endorsed the 11 norms that the UN had previously talked about. These are things like what they call norms of restraint. Norms are like rules of the road, voluntary commitments. So norms of restraint are things that you might be able to do, but you agree not to do, like attack critical infrastructure using cyber means of another country in peacetime. And every country in the world agreed to that. Now, not every country lives up to those commitments, but every country agreed to that. Don't attack the CERTs, the computer emergency response teams. They're like the ambulance of the hospital. So, and also norms of cooperation. And they talked about what's called confidence building measures. How do you cooperate? And they talked about capacity building and a number of other things, which is really important. The group of governmental experts also issued a report last year where it put a lot of meat on the bones on those various norms and why they're important and how they might work, and also why capacity building is so important to this area. So that's one set of processes. There is a new open-ended working group, again, all the countries in the world, that started this year in the UN, chaired by a Singaporean diplomat. And it's been making relatively slow progress, but steady progress. It's a 5-year process, so a long time, sort of like Star Trek, if you guys remember that, the 5-year mission. But they issued a preliminary 1-year report this year, which is make some progress. I mean, it provides a forum for countries to talk about these critical cybersecurity issues, the threats we're facing, the range of threats, and there are lots of them out there, the possible responses, what countries can do to to build capacity, but also what these norms are and how they might be implemented, how you can maybe achieve greater cyber stability over time. Now, of course, the situation in Ukraine has aggravated a lot of this because some countries are saying, well, if some countries will not obey the rules in the physical world, why are they going to obey them in the cyber world? So there's an ongoing debate, but there's been progress there. Now, separately, the UN has also been focused on cybercrime, and it has been looked at cybercrime more in procedural areas and capacity building until recently, where a resolution passed where the UN is now debating a eventual cybercrime treaty. That would be in addition to the cybercrime treaty that exists, the Budapest Convention, where a number of countries, I think over 70 at this point, have signed or are abiding by the Budapest Convention. But this would be a UN convention. And so far, there's been a lot of discussion, I think some good discussion, again, about issues about what's in and what's out, what crimes are going to be included. Are they going to be attacks just on computer networks, which I think many people want them to be, or are they going to deal with a much broader set, which I think becomes more dangerous in terms of reaching a consensus? That hasn't been completely decided yet. What the procedural aspects are, how can you get evidence more quickly? How do you deal with cybercrime overall in this UN instrument? It's I think although there was progress in this UNGGE and the open-ended working group last time, it's going to be harder in both these processes this time. For the open-ended working group, a lot of what we call the lower-hanging fruit has already been met, so it's going to be hard making further progress. On the cybercrime front, this issue of what crimes are in or out, I think is going to be a troublesome one. So, but there has been good debate and good discussions, and I participated in both of these processes, and I think that's a good thing. And it shows that the world community is really paying attention to this, and so that's good. And particularly in cybercrime, after what we've seen with ransomware and the disruptive aspect of that, it's important for these discussions to take place. Now, whether they'll reach a consensus, whether they'll be able to reach a treaty, whether they'll be able to agree on things, I think that's still undecided. They haven't yet got to text, and what happens in these UN settings is once you start getting to words on a page, that's where, as we say in the US and other places, the rubber meets the road and it becomes harder. But those are the two UN processes that are going on, and you notice that in both those processes, they mention this idea of capacity building. And so capacity building to me, if countries don't have the capacity to deal with cybersecurity and cybercrime, not only does that mean they can't combat all the bad things we're seeing on the internet, and certainly we're seeing a lot of bad things, but we can't achieve all the good things because we won't have that foundation of security. We won't have that foundation of being able to fight cybercrime and things like ransomware. So it's important to have capacity building. And turning for a moment, and I mentioned that both these UN processes and the ones in the past have addressed the idea of capacity building. There have been principles for capacity building articulated. They've been called out as important. Many countries who participate in these discussions don't yet have the capacity, either the institutions like CERTs, national CERTs or national strategies, or the ability to deal with these issues. And it's not only their problem because smart cyber criminals or nation states or other attackers will route their attacks through countries that don't have strong laws, don't have strong capabilities, to make it harder to catch them and hold them accountable. So capacity building is really critically important, and it helps everybody. The Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, as I said, is this institution that now has 180 members and partners, including, as I said, really a multi-stakeholder institution that involves countries, over 60 countries, a couple dozen companies, civil society in every form, and is regionally based around the world, not just globally based in The Hague, but we have regional offices. We work with the OAS and the South America, North and South America region, and the Caribbean. We work with ASEAN. We work with the African Union. We work with the Pacific Islands, and it's important to really be smarter about how we coordinate capacity building, how we up our game, how we make more of this a priority, and how we link capacity building in cyber with the larger development goals and development community. And that's something we're also working to do and holding a big meeting next year to bring that development community, the cyber capacity building community, and high-level representatives to get more attention to this issue. So capacity building is a critical issue. The GFC, if you're not more aware of it, I suggest you go to our website, thegfc.org, and you can read all about it there. If you're a country and you're not a member, there are opportunities for you to become a member. We very much like that, to grow that. If you're a company, there are opportunities. If you're academia, there are opportunities. So please look into that. And I think all this area is a space to continue to watch. There's lots of developments. There'll continue to be developments. I'm happy to see that cybersecurity is getting more of a political priority around the world in the last year, even more than it had before. And I think that's going to drive a lot of these discussions in hopefully a good way. But as I said, there's some divisive issues out there in terms of how we deal with this. So with that, thank you. Thank you, Olga. Have a great conference. I wish I could be there. And next time I will. And I really appreciate you asking me to speak.
Bravo, Chris. Bueno,
Well, we couldn't ask him any questions because it was a video. Um, Normally, he does join us in person, or at least in synchronous form, but it was quite complicated this time with this event that he had. But while we do welcome Bruno Ramos, who's the Regional Director of the Americas International Telecommunications Union in Brazil, we also had the next Secretary General of the UIT, who will be starting next year. And today we're joined by Bruno. Bruno, hello, how are you? Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine. We here with Adrian and Oscar who say hi. And we also have some of our virtual students who've joined us from all over Latin America. And in fact, from all over the world, thanks to this hybrid aspect of this seminar. And it's great. We've also got translation. So as I was saying, I was telling people about your role, the ITU. We've seen the video that one of your colleagues sent. It was very interesting to hear from her as the next Secretary General of the ITU. I personally think that the Argentine, I think it's great that the Argentine government has supported this, and I personally am convinced of the vital role that is being played by internet in development, particularly the more marginal communities. I also think it's great that the next head is going to be a woman. I think it's great to see that the UN is giving these high-profile jobs to women. Obviously, we haven't yet had a women's Secretary General yet, and I don't know of the UN, but it's great to see that this is slowly beginning to change. So without further ado, welcome. We'd love to hear from you about your views about how the region can use digitalization and connectivity to develop, what the digital transformation is achieving in different countries, and what technology can bring to society. Thank you very much, Olga. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Obviously, I'd like to send you all a very big hug. I would love to be with you in person. But unfortunately, I actually have to be in another part of the world right now. And I've only just landed back from Romania. It's a bit difficult, but I really hope that next year I can join you in person. Thank you very much, Olga. It's a great pleasure to join you. Now, in relation to the election of the next head, it is certainly a milestone for our organization. She has carried out an extraordinary work in the development office, where in fact we've been working together. She has transformed the development office into something far more dynamic and inclusive, carrying out specific work with the intent of achieving real impact. So I'm certain that she's really going to make a big change as the first woman in this role. And also the Deputy or Vice Secretary General, it should be noted, is the youngest we've ever had in the history of the ITU. So we're basically giving out a really important message to our members to encourage the inclusion of women and younger people. Manaus Oscar is the new Deputy Secretary General. He must be 42, 43 at most. And it's great to have this new team in place. And I look forward to the next 4 years and the possibility of developing a much stronger, more dynamic work. Now, I have 30 minutes. I have my presentation. I'd like to share my screen. We can't see your screen yet, but it's possible there's a little bit of a delay. Now we can. Right. In different to the previous years when I've been talking about the way in which the UN agencies, particularly the ITU, have been tackling the issue of internet governance. Today, I'm going to be talking about some specific points that are quite interesting that we've been working on, such as these global initiatives to achieve inclusion through the ITCs. I think that this is very important, and it's certainly very connected to internet, because if we're all connected, then there is obviously a problem of overload of the system. And we won't necessarily achieve our objective of being able to use the ITCs to achieve economic development. Now, there are two initiatives I want to talk about today, which are the partners to connect and then the wheel of digital transformation, or the digital transformation wheel. Connectivity, in terms of sheer numbers, has increased massively during the pandemic. As you can see from this bar chart, the growth in uptake has been huge in terms of individual access to internet. Now, you can see this as a global picture, but as I'll say further on, there's still a lot to be done. We still have 2.9 billion people who has never used or have access to the internet. And 4.9 billion people do have access. But as you can see, nearly 3 billion people are still offline. They don't have access. And the most worrying issue is that 96% of these people live in developing countries. In this next one, you can see the different regions of the ITU. We've pulled together the data from our report on global access. As you can find it on our webpage as well if you want. And this particular chart shows the different regions, the 6 regions of the ITU, and you can see on the right the 3 little bars, how we've grouped this into countries in development and Mediterranean countries and developed countries. As you can see, the Americas are okay, but our concern is with those who have the greatest needs and find it hardest to access. So we've been investing a lot of energy in reaching 81% access. But the energy we have to invest for the other 19% will be correspondingly higher because it's harder to access these people, it's harder to reach them. And this challenge is really quite significant. Now, when you look at most of internet access, you can see that most of it applies to mobile access. In this slide, we can see that there's been huge growth in 4G networks, but there are still we really need to achieve that 100% access because that bit that's left are the ones that are hardest to reach and they have the greatest difficulty in accessing these networks. Now, here we are, as I was saying earlier, in blue, we can see internet users, 100% in America. We have 40% users in terms of access. It's not just about having coverage, but also access, cheaper access, so that more people can use this. We want to make sure that everybody is educated and capable. And we're looking at 14% left to achieve inclusion. Now, how can we solve this? What can we do in terms of tackling these issues? We had a conference earlier this year for the members of the ITU who decided on two major global aspects. We took two resolutions in these international global inclusion conference. The idea was partners to connect. This is a digital coalition, and the idea is that the development office continue to work with this Partners to Connect digital coalition. And the other resolution was about the digital transformation so that we can help our members with the digital transformation to achieve what they need. Most of the members of this sector who are from the private sector, the idea is that everybody be able to use the platform so that we can connect our different partners in order to achieve complete inclusion. Now, these are the two issues I'm going to be talking about today. The first one, what is Partners to Connect? Well, it's a platform. It's a leadership platform where we are mobilizing new accesses in order to encourage significant connectivity and digital transformation at world level. Now, this is a platform where we are seeking to get our different partners from the private sector to mobilize. I'm sorry, I think there's a problem with the sound at the moment. I think there might be a channel that's open. Hang on a minute. Let us just resolve this for a second. Okay. The I think everything's okay now. The Digital Partners to Connect coalition was launched by the ITU in close cooperation with the Secretary General's Special Envoy on Technology. So we're working with this global strategy developed by the UN. It's not just our strategy, this is a global strategy in line with the roadmap to achieve digital cooperation developed by the Secretary General of the UN's, which is about obviously digital cooperation. With the SDGs, we are seeking to increase connectivity in terms of digital transformation with a focus that's not limited on developing countries, but the idea is to focus on small countries as well, small island states in particular. The four pillars of our Partners to Connect framework is access, connecting people everywhere, adoption, value creation, and accelerate. So I'm going to tackle each of these. As regards access, we're looking at infrastructure, affordability, and cybersecurity. The adoption pillar covers the mechanisms of the different information and technologies, including skills, content, and inclusion. Value creation is about innovation, entrepreneurship, new apps and services, and the digital economy. And in terms of accelerating this, innovation in financing, project viability, and the constellation of investors. Now, let's have a look at the pledges. These are what each one of the partners pledges to do. It's about their commitments on the platform. So the member states are partners in this program. Private sector send their pledges. Firstly, they're financial. They're about politics, political and regulatory. There's a defense commitment and there's a programmatic one. It's about a monetary commitment, the political commitment in terms proposed is about legislative or regulatory form. The defense commitment is when an entity promotes the coalition's objectives. And then there's a programmatic commitment. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the numbers that we have in financial terms and the commitments made on the platform. The new resolutions of the CMDT set out a clear mandate to overcome gaps and ensure that there is a continuous forward movement for these commitments. There will be events and reports so that we follow up on the implementation of these commitments, and we will drive the implementation of the commitments in each country to accelerate the national digital transformation strategies in each country. It's important to say that this platform and the pledges that we've received mean that we are today joining the dots. So looking to create a global commitment from private enterprise and seeing where we can place, how we can put the different partners in contact. For instance, it could be university, which has pledged to provide cybersecurity training for, say, 1 million people. So we can find other partners in the region, enabling us to set up a network of different partners who can work together in terms of implementation of their different commitments. So we're seeking to define this at the moment. We're working on it as our Geneva headquarters, and we will be working in the Americas next year with a couple of pilot projects in a couple of countries to implement the commitments. And we're still seeking to define these countries, obviously those which most need it in our region. So in these countries, the idea is to roll out an implementation pilot project to connect the different commitments from private sector partners with the financial capacity and the size that's relevant to each of these countries. Now, let's look at the second solution, which is the BDT Digital Transformation Wheel. These are the three pillars: access, adoption, and value creation. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how this actually is a roadmap for each of the countries so that they can find the resources which are currently scarce in order to build a structure or a framework which will enable them to implement these forms of development and digital transformation in each country. This that you can see here, this is a very, very big take on the digital transformation, something which the development sector has been working on in the UTI. And the idea is to use this as a structure or a platform that enables us to channel our efforts to make as much impact as possible on different countries. In the past, there's been a lot of work carried out, but without a clear structure. And the idea is that this digital transformation wheel will help us to structure our work better. Now, the most important thing is that this wheel carries within it an enormous amount of data. It's quite complex, really, if you look it up on our webpage, but all the data is there. And the first thing in terms of diagnosis is how we use the data. This is excellent data sent directly from the administrations. And you can see the number of indicators that we're working with in order to tackle each of the areas under the different three pillars, which are value creation, access, and adoption. We're talking policies, regulatory structures. We've got 53 indicators in that area. We have what we call a regulatory tracker, and we have G5 benchmarking. These are all indicators that show us how we're doing in each of the countries regarding the structures that have to do with access, adoption, and value creation. So we've started with some excellent data enabling us to plan our work properly at country level. We have diagnoses from many countries in the Americas which have been developed on the basis of this wheel. And at our office, what we're doing is to open a communication space with the different administrations so that we can see where they are in terms of our diagnostic wheel and use this information to propose actions that seek to achieve inclusion and digital transformation in each one. There are 6 steps in our DT wheel, our digital transformation wheel: diagnosis, validation, a deeper analysis, recommendations, the identification of the appropriate interventions based on our products and tools, and a commitment from partners to connect, because the next bit of my presentation has to do with how we bring both of these initiatives together, the wheel and the partners to connect. Then we identify a range of interventions based on the tools and services that we offer. We have 10 different sectors: infrastructure, training, services, so on and so forth. And within all of these, we can look at how we provide consultancy, project development advice, capacity building, analysis, different tools, dialogue platforms, and initiatives, specific initiatives. Implementation is carried out in strict and close coordination with each country and partners, and finally, there's monitoring and evaluation. And so this is what we're starting to do now with our members in the region. These are key elements to be considered in each construction block, from institutional arrangements, which we must have in terms of access. Obviously, we need to have these institutional arrangements. Maybe we need to set up committees on digital transformation so they can oversee the development of ecosystems and create awareness campaigns. Obviously, policy and legislative frameworks, the regulatory aspect is very important. The development of new legislation and regulations, sustainability, circular economy, the development of policies. Then we need the certainty that we take into account our sectoral requirements. So we need to talk in each country we need to talk to the agencies responsible for implementation and define the different roadmaps that take into account the definition of needs, actions, schedules. All of this is in the part of the sectoral requirements. Connectivity and digital infrastructure. We need network development, technologies, which people need to share infrastructures. This is a more technical aspect. And very, very specifically, we need to build trust. So in each of these blocks, we have our different committees which handle consumer protection, immediate response, problem response groups. And these are different blocks that each of the countries need to take into account. Now, here I'm talked a little bit about more in detail. And finally, I wanted to tell you a little bit more about how we are articulating our efforts and strategy with partners to connect, and how this links in with the DT wheel within a global strategy that can create a positive impact. Now, it's very important to remember the fact that the ITU is just one of the many agencies able to work on digital transformation. And joint work, we understand to be the best way of finding solutions within the context of the SDGs, these 17 Sustainability Development Goals of the UN. So this is a way of developing a strategy, an organized way of working together so that all of our partners can work together to achieve development targets within each country. So we're going to be working on 4 aspects: access, connectivity, infrastructure, affordability, and cybersecurity. Now, how can we work with partners to connect and the wheel? For instance, there are key issues: economic stimulation, potential interventions such as sharing structures, economic deployment, work at community level, availability of energy, We're looking at microenergy, the use of many different technologies, technological inventions, the availability of different and management of spectrum. These are new ways of sharing the spectrum as there is a low infrastructure availability and regulatory issues. So these are the points that we are seeking to solve between how we can seek to develop people's commitments and find solutions in terms of interventions. Now, in terms of affordability, broadband, possible interventions to change the legal framework of a broadband, high cost of devices, we need to finance access to these, the problem with trust in different services, and then there's the aspect of cybersecurity. The implementation of CERT and CERT 1 are insufficient. So that's something that we really need to tackle. Olga, I know that we've been working together with this on the school in terms of how we train people to tackle these and develop the right experience so that we can work together and find the best way of building capacity. Low protection and resilience, which is our cybersecurity strategies, new ones, with the resilience of critical infrastructure, are priorities. So these are the potential interventions that can be made as coming out of the wheel. And these could be part of the pledges made by Partners to Connect. Now, the adoption area, these are three main areas: skills, digital inclusion, local content. The business about skills, the problem is that they are literacy levels are low, so our digital inclusion levels. We're looking at the limited access to training. Part of the problem is to do with digital inclusion. There's gender inequality and the development of policies to enable that we have the business of antisocial behavior online and having regulations to safeguard children.
Especially child protection, and we've been working on a lot protection of online and not having enough data or experience for gathering this data. And lastly, probably we could have local content
y herramientas, sistemas de contenido basados en código abierto. Para el área de enfoque.
Now, for the third approach, it would be value creation and building digital ecosystems depending on three pillars. We have capacity building, innovation, where we intervene in higher education, labor force training, clarity, and digital strengths, how to share data specific to a country, innovation that is focused on different ecosystems like startups, and that would be multi-stakeholder approach. And in terms of applications as service, we have digital public infrastructure design for profitable use. It's a robust digital infrastructure that should be secure, and internet governance or data governance, access protection framework, governmental framework of data. So these examples are the ones that we have drawn for this example. Then we have acceleration, financing, innovative financing, project viability, investors. We have the topic of finance, how we use different sources of financing, public financing, whether it is combined finance, blue and green bonds, specific project financing, whether it is private financing, support to startups, financing or IT infrastructure financing, decentralized finance or funding, uh, preparation of the project within viability of projects, management and mitigation of risk, optimization of regulatory taxes specific to this topic. Viability of projects, that would be risk mitigation, capacity building, and to conclude, we have cluster of investors like traditional financing sources, regulations of cybersecurity, data protection law, risk management, independent regulators or regulatory agencies, tools to improve transparency and accountability, and then access to information and data. I have clearly shown by this presentation a very effective proposal with concrete examples, clear examples, which are key of all the pillars that I presented within the digital wheel for all these key topics or for all the foundation blocks. We have clearly explained what we can do, and I believe that the best thing we have with this working methodology are concrete proposals to pursue development and digital transformation for countries. This is not just about that we are requiring training on investment efforts. No, that is for a new strategy of the digital transformation that we're pursuing. We have clear examples to work jointly with every single pillar to find a better coordination and together with the digital transformation of every single country. So we go back to this topic after assessment, after checking what the country is like. We have the coordination also for the country strategies in terms of digital transformation. And the way we define it for every single country is very different. Each country in Latin America has a different perspective in connection with digital transformation, and we all share the same vision of communication and of information, which is the foundation in order to pursue this inclusion and digital transformation. I think my time is up. Olga, I believe that this is the end of my presentation, and hopefully you heard me okay. And later I'm going to send you the PowerPoint presentation. You can upload it in the South School of Internet Governance. I will be at your disposal. Olga, thank you very much for giving me the chance and for the invitation. Hopefully I'm going to be with you next year. A round of applause for Bruno. And I am very impressed. Everybody was taking pictures of your PowerPoint, and I'm sure that we really appreciate if you send us what is the window of time that you have considered, because you have gathered or secured very good funding sources, at least in according to the RIN and everything that you have coordinated with countries and finding the relevant agencies. So this could be very impactful, especially in the developing world. For partners to connect, most of the commitments or, of, or the pledge, most of the pledge are for the next 4 years, because private partners probably they will do it in the near future. I don't know if Corinne explained this. I think that with financial pledges, it's like accounts for $26 million, which is a lot of work, efforts that should be made to connect all the points. In Partners to Connect, we are going to find ways to connect those countries that are seeking this funding. For example, if there is a company, I still remember a company that the, they want to provide training to 1 million people in the next 2 years. And in that case, we are going to try to find those countries that are in need to contact these companies, so these countries can have access to this training course and be the country that will have access to the training courses. So it's one of the pledges. I believe that this is a very it's hard work and nothing is done by itself. I believe that the most positive thing or the benefits that arise out of the internet governance dating back to the year 2000 until the summit of 2012, that only with stakeholders can we find a common success. So I believe that Partners to Connect is based only or on a multi-stakeholder approach and everybody's efforts, not only the International Telecommunications Union. Karina has a question for you.
Karina from Bolivia has a question for you. Hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was not only didactic, but plenty of added value. Very impressive. As a Bolivian, I was struck by two things. When you were talking about countries that don't have access, you gave Bolivia as an example, in fact. The issue of telecommunications, we have a vice minister of telecommunications, public works and housing. Are they the people that need to get in touch with you? You said that you were looking to develop the pilot project for digital transformation in 2 countries. Do you need to take contact with them, or should you be talking to the president's office? And my second question is training for women. I am a teacher in communications and computer technology. There are 10,000 students at our faculty. 2,000 students are in political sciences, and 50% of these are in women. So I just wanted to say that. I have another question here. Hello. I'm Emily Spinoza, and my question is, as one of your main objectives is to seek to develop and resolve, one of your main focus seems to be the issue of infrastructure, and the second is training for society in general. Now, the context is very complex, particularly for more vulnerable people, right? Now, bearing this in mind, I wanted to share my personal opinion. In commercial terms, I believe that the main factor in terms of how you substantiate these terms, the main factor should be training, bearing in mind that at commercial level, it's more important. Is it more important for you to create a company? When you create a company, you need to have someone you're going to sell to, right? And now I see that many organizations are interested in creating the infrastructure to support a network, but not necessarily in training those who are going to be consuming these services. Now, my question is, in terms of your experience and knowledge, what would be the main contribution that could be offered for all of these countries in Latin America? I have another question here from someone in Kenya, because most of our students are from Latin America, but we are joined by people from all over the world. I'm going to read it in Spanish. Have you been working with UNICEF on the JIGA program? Can you tell us about the progress and impact in terms of connectivity for other schools in this line, particularly in the global south? Well, there you go. Lots of questions there. Right, the first questions. There are two countries we'll be working with, which we'll be working with, and these are Bolivia and Paraguay in the region. Both of these countries are on our radar as the first countries in which we want to deploy our pilot project. At all events, we are looking at less developed countries, we're looking at small islands. There are specific points that we want to develop here. So, yes, we are, in answer to your question, we are working in this area. We're going to be working with a specific country and then obviously roll this out in other priority countries. But in Bolivia, the ITU is working directly with the administration. These are obviously member states, right? So we're working with the government and specifically with the communications ministry. But in my presentation, I showed you how we target the country and then how we plan our work based on this focus point. But ultimately, it's the administration, the government, that decides what the focus points are for deployment in their country, because we can't just work with the telecommunications sector. In terms of digital transformation, all economic sectors are involved. You know, Ministry of Interior, Health, there are lots of areas that are linked to this. And certainly when it comes to training women, we have a great deal of work to do here. As you can see, I have shared my email, so if you have any more specific questions, we have a project which is called American Girls Can Quote. We're working together with 4 countries, working with girls, young women, to teach them about programming. In fact, today we have a major event in Brazil, and we have other countries that we're targeting too, and we're looking to spread the project further. Now, the question about the main point of all of this. Look, my presentation shows that there is no a single point. The point of access is important, training is, building legal frameworks. In our region, in each country, we have telecommunications laws that date back to the 1990s. There are very few countries that have updated their telecommunications legal frameworks. the sector has changed, completely changed, because back in the 90s it was all fixed telephony, landlines. So people don't use telephone lines anymore. In most countries, their legislations are based on outdated structures. So training, both for our union and for me personally, is vital. But my presentation shows that our digital transformation wheel, the inclusion and training and development is very, very important. They're all important, but there are also other points. We shouldn't be limited to one alone. Now, in relation to the question about Chiga, this is joint work that we're carrying out with UNICEF. We're working with 3 countries, rolling out pilot projects in the region. Most countries we're in contact with who are interested in Shiga. And actually, this is another presentation because this is a very specific strategy. There are 11 steps making up Shiga, which we develop with each country to ranging from assessment, mapping, capacity checking, working with children at each of the specific schools. So I'm delighted to give you a presentation on Shiga, but basically most countries are still being contacted in the Americas region. This is still very, very embryonic. And but the question came from Africa, and I know that the regional office in Africa is in contact with all of the countries there, and the Shiga work that we're developing is incredibly important in terms of inclusion. Thanks very much. Well, let's all say thank you to Bruno. Big round of applause. And I just want to revisit 2 things you said. Next time, you're going to be with us in person. And the second thing is that we're here to help you with anything that you need, whatever it is, whether it's partners to connect and the digital transformation wheel. Thank you very much. Hugs from Adrian, Oscar, and all the team and all the students. As you can see, that they're from all over the world. So bye and see you soon. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Wasn't that interesting? If they can really do all of this, it's going to be the most incredible transformation, particularly for developing countries. We're just going to have a short break so that we get ready for the next session. We'll have the coffee break after this panel. This panel is very important. Yesterday, we were joined by Dr. Surf to talk about cybersecurity. And Sandy Palmer is going to be moderating the next panel. I don't know if you've seen all the tweets that she continually puts out. And she does this amazing summary every day, which she sends me. A really big round of applause for Sandy, because she's absolutely amazing. And I want you to know that she's doing this entirely on a voluntary basis. Thank you very much. And you're looking fantastic today. She's also an expert on the subject. She's working on Honda's cybersecurity project. And today we have Adriana, I hope, who's going to be joining us. Adriana Costa, who is also a friend of the school and who's been kind enough to join us today. Hi, Adrian. He's been working in Antipol, and now you're in the Federal Police, is that right? Well, now you can tell us everything. And Roberto will be joining us virtually. Roberto was actually working with the schools from Panama, which is where we met him. Now he's working in Costa Rica. He's been working with the government, and now he's in the private sector. And then we're joined by Claudio Pequero, who's from the... Any representatives here from Dominican Republic? Okay. And Sandy will be our moderator. Please tell us when you're ready. And Horacio, Asolin, who's going to be joining us today. He's just landing I hope he'll be able to connect shortly. He's quite busy at the moment. He has a very big team. Are you on Twitter? A big tweeter here is Horacio. Horacio has a very active Twitter account. He's always producing really interesting stuff, so please do follow him. He has great tips. In fact, he alerted me quite a while back that we had to put two-step authentication on WhatsApp, and I thought, so here I am, I'm telling you guys, use two-step authentication. I've received lots of different kinds of cyber attacks. I was attacked on Skype, LinkedIn. They stole everything, my photographs. They asked all my contacts for money. Can you imagine? Well, so please remember, use two-step authentication. Right, here's where I can see Roberta. Hi, Roberta, welcome. And I can see Claudio. Horacio will join us as soon as he gets off his plane. I've already told you that Roberto was a student of ours from Panama. That's right. I have such good memories of that. It's great to have you join us as an expert. Claudio, I don't know in person yet, but welcome. You're speaking to us from the Dominican Republic. Sandy, over to you. Well, I don't think we ever stop being students and learning, do we really? I think, in fact, I am going to be a student for the rest of my life because I'm always learning things. I do too. I learn from each presentation. I'm an eternal student. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a really very interesting subject. It's about cybercrime. It's obviously not new for most of us today. This form of internet crime has grown massively. And the pandemic, before we were connected, now we're hyper connected. But we've seen a massive increase in terms of this modality, these cyber criminals. But the FBI's report in 21 said that we had 1.4 million in losses to 6.9 billion. It tripled the losses. It tripled. And this isn't just about companies, it's about people, it's about me and you. Anybody can be a victim of cybercrime. We're saying it like this because we focus a little bit more because people often think, if you're not a victim or you don't know anybody who is, then you don't think it's as important. Because they don't just attack these big companies, do they? Hi, Roberto. It's nice to see you like this. And my friend Adrian and Claudio, that we've been in touch quite recently, actually. So let's start with Roberto. Ooh, can we see if this works? Let's start with you, Roberto. Can you tell us a little bit about what the current situation is about cybercrime in Central America and some recommendations that you might have in terms of what's just been happening in Costa Rica?
Good morning. First and foremost, let me tell you that it's a pleasure sharing this session with all of you. I would like to acknowledge Olga, Adriana, and Santiago, everybody that is organizing this. I would like to greet everybody that is participating online and in person. As you know, everybody still is a student and deeply cherishes the South School of Internet Governance. We are faced with a challenge in Latin America on cyber security issues or breaches that we have had, and Costa Rica is no exception, where we have faced across the region 2 incidents that are of higher caliber compared to other issues. Among some of the issues that we're faced with is what surveys have revealed so far, ransomware. And ransomware has the typical characteristic of asking for ransoms and kidnapping or securing information, and then they ask for ransom to corporations, to individuals, and they ask for ransom. So it's organized groups at the worldwide level that they have done this across the region, especially some of the groups or the hackers that have been involved in these kind of illegal activities have resorted to phishing, especially this grew exponentially during the pandemic, and they took advantage of cybercrime to attack with ransomware. So many of the surveys have revealed that there was a lot of ransomware attacks with identity theft and phishing using corporate emails. And in this way, they phished accounts and they impersonated those accounts and they asked for ransom, taking care of phishing. Another aspect where we have seen issues or breaches across this region was the manufacturing sector, everything that involves small and medium-sized companies, retailing in SMEs, and the financial or the banking services. They have been highly affected in Latin America. Andy, you were saying what are the good, what the good practices are. And here this involves the human factor, which is the key element, and some technical factors. I believe which is what is key is the human factor. So what are the guiding principles and the recommendations that we can make in this scenario? There are three elements of risk here: people, process, and technology. Having clarified these three elements, one of the challenges was to have enough money to serve those needs. And we don't have enough budget in order to allocate resources. And cybersecurity probably is not the first weakness that we should address in public policy making. However, we can serve people. Although we don't have enough resources for technology, and that sometimes in Latin America we believe in technology or we allocate more resources in technology rather than focus on people and on training in order to mitigate the impact. So this is related to education, training, as Olga said, double authentication systems. And then we believe that training citizens is what is key to mitigate these incidents, breaches, phishing, ransomware. This is what usually the bad guys are taking advantage of. And in cybercrime, what what usually involves is exploiting the vulnerabilities in the system. And this is the good practices in the private and the public sector that should serve or that should provide better support, technical support, maintenance, upgrades, updates in software. And you need to be up to speed with all the updates and with the training of people with human resources. In this case, it would be good to mitigate these kind of risks. At least you have given us an overview of where Central America stands. I come from Honduras, and to tell you the truth, none of our countries have a strategy or public policy at the national level for cybersecurity, and not even cyber defense. Guatemala just passed a law. And let me correct myself. Guatemala just passed a law that has been adopted by Congress or passed by Congress on cybersecurity. Please tell me where we stand in cybercrime in Latin America. And given this experience, do you believe that Argentina is a more one of the most vulnerable countries, or is more vulnerable country than others? And how do we stand in the region? How do we rank? No, we are more or less in the same situation, just like Latin America. Most of the countries are operating in the same playing level playing field. Some of them have passed laws, some of them have operated in a vacuum, or they have loopholes. But cybercrime is a scourge across the world. It doesn't behave in the same way. And this has been proven. There are some crimes that persist in some regions, and probably we don't have them here in Argentina. However, Argentina is part of the world, and obviously is going to be affected by cybercrime just like any other country. However, what I find is that we should pursue legislation and to improve the legislation or the rules not only in Argentina but also in Latin America. I believe that we should focus primarily on penalties because cybercrime in Argentina is not considered something important, especially because the penalties imposed on these crimes, as Roberto was saying, for example, ransomware. Ransomware could date back to the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s, and we haven't found ways to tackle the challenge of ransomware. Or even worse, it has evolved right now. Not only they encrypt, but also they steal data and they ask for a ransom. So not to disclose this data, okay? So ransomware has evolved, and there were crimes that have evolved since the very beginning, and laws remain the same. And these are called misdemeanors. So I would like to ask, if you have a high penalty or if we impose penalties like in these kind of offenses, because it takes time to investigate what ransomware is like. So I would like to see how they are going to impose serious penalties on ransomware, just like any other crimes. We made a lot of progress against child abuse, child pornography, where no other country in Latin America imposed penalties. Right now, we have imposed serious penalties on the marketing and the trading of pornography or child abuse. But we still believe that it's classified as a misdemeanor right now because of these life penalties. But we need to find the necessary tools and to pursue the technical and the human resources to perform the investigation, to carry out these investigations, and to convict these people that deter criminals to make this or to commit this kind of crimes. On the contrary, many of these crimes go unpunished, so that is why they continue or they persist committing this type of crimes. So I believe that we should change the direction. Not only this has been adopted by the experience in Argentina, but also in Latin America to prevent this kind of crimes in the future. Cases, like you said, sometimes, for example, they average or they do an average of the conviction. For example, I have 3 type of cyber crimes and probably is from 3 months to 6 years of prison. So it's basically a basic misdemeanor. Claudio, I would like to ask you, What are the modalities of cybercrime in the Dominican Republic and of greatest impact or serious impact? And if you believe that this could draw some parallelism with the rest of the region. Hello, I am participating in an Europol conference. The Dominican Republic example or experience and Latin America's experience are very similar. There's evidence that we have seen many cases of ransomware. And I believe that there are many threats out there in compromising emails and in the business sector. However, this could be encompassed in the social sector. And we do have malfeasances, scams. Here you mentioned the double authentication factor. For example, with WhatsApp, they are able to phish the WhatsApp and then they get the user's credentials, and then sometimes people are scammed and they are asked for money. But the common denominator is ransomware. So what is missing is to implement strategies. For example, we have a national cybersecurity strategy in Dominican Republic with supplementary strategies with cyber diplomacy, cyber defense, and cybersecurity. One of the building blocks have to do with training. I believe that the problem lies in layer 8. That's the user that is holding the device. And I believe that we should raise awareness, or awareness efforts should be made. For example, with phishing, that certainly is the one that ranks first in the number of files or claims that are filed in cyber police. It's not enough to have alerts in the portals of home banking pages because or the cybersecurity center to issue a bulletin in their portal or by email. But I believe that we have technological segmentation of our people, of the population at large. Some of them are part of the analog world, and some of them, like millennials, are part of the digital world. And the pandemic migrated many waves into digital nomads, basically. And for example, some of them were born digital nomads and they had a different perspective. So, since I study, for example, IT, the process of migration for me is easier. But I mean, most of the population should be targeted through awareness campaigns, and not only analog media. It could be press, television, or radio in the traditional media, because victims fall prey of these attacks because probably we could not raise awareness in traditional media. This is the way that we should target these campaigns, and I believe that we can trace more or less the same similarities in the region. The policies indicate that basically more or less we have the same problems. I believe that we should raise awareness to prevent these sort of crimes in the final user. However, the public sector that is responsible for applying these penalties, we need to train human resources, and this requires budgets on the part of the state. So I would like to pose a question for everybody. Are you aware that if in your country you have enough budget to fight cybercrime, and if that budget could include the public ministry, the judiciary, whether to train their human resources or to buy hardware or software in order to gather this necessary evidence. Are you aware of this, Adrian? By last year, the Security Ministry created a special initiative for cybersecurity and cybercrime, and has set aside some budget for this purpose, not only supporting the law enforcement, but also the provincial law enforcement. Probably the budget is limited, but at least we have set aside this budget under this initiative that is dedicated for law enforcement. I believe that we should have a more budget, but at least we have set aside this for cybercrime. Roberto? The Costa Rica's judiciary has different budgets to cover different areas, and there's one that is called cybercrime. We have budgetary restraints in Costa Rica, and we cannot prosecute these kind of cases because it's very, very complex. We have um, budgetary cuts, so the budget is sometimes is not enough because to investigate IT or cybercrime and the tools and the resources are very expensive. And there's one more element that I should add in connection to Sandy's question, and it's the issue that not only technology is involved in cybercrime, but also the rest of the traditional crimes have some or involve some technology and should be investigated. So even murders right now are going to involve smartphones that should be investigated. So you have digital tools. Not only do we have to think of budgets for cybercrime, but also budgets to cover the technology for the traditional crimes because we have to investigate smartphones or devices. So you have a transversal use of technology across all kinds of crimes right now. No, we don't have a budget allocated to the cyber enforcement agencies, not even in the prosecutor's office. As a matter of fact, the Congress intends to make an amendment to the law to make changes in the penalties that should be channeled through some mechanisms in order to strengthen their cybercrime agency. Because you were discussing or you were talking about training, I know that it's costly, I know that it's essential. What we have done is to leverage the support through capacity building. The Dominican Republic, Argentina, and Costa Rica are the three signatories to the Budapest Convention, and we are included into a global action against cybercrime, and we have received significant training for judges, law enforcement, and prosecutors, together with other initiatives like Back to View, CyberNet, bilateral treaties with Canada, for example. So that's why we survive, because of this capacity building that arise out of these international treaties or the Convention of Budapest. I think that we have seen an overview of these countries. Let me see if we can analyze the challenges of regulations or rules in these countries. Adrian, out of all the challenges that we're faced with, because there are many, what are, how we're going to prioritize some of the challenges in Argentina? Out of all the challenges, which ones do you think that we should place priority upon? First and foremost, the challenge is that cybercrime should be included in the political agenda and that the Congress is aware of this debate. There are countries across the world, specifically in Europe, that half of their crimes are considered cybercrime. So it's not something that is likely to happen if we're not really trained. Latin America, unfortunately, is concerned with domestic violence, murders, major offenses, and they're allocated more resources, and that is part of the political agenda. Violence, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other offenses that are very important. I don't want to disregard these issues at all, but I believe that it would be great to be prepared to pass better legislation for cybercrime and to have a better legislation for other crimes. For example, we have one of the first laws for data protection that is totally outdated. If corporations are attacked and they don't have security measures in place, they are not protected. Some of the databases are robbed on a daily basis, and there are no complaints. So it's impossible to legislate that right now. So information is very valuable right now, and they should be protected. And we should pass an adequate data or personal data protection law, just like in Europe or in Latin America, that they pass legislation on personal data protection. And lastly, apart from the law, cybercrime, and whether we pass this law or whether we impose higher penalties on these crimes, we should pass another law for the correct inversion of crypto assets, for the investment of crypto assets. For example, surveys are underway and they reveal that there's a lot of investigation on crypto assets. However, there's no legal framework to use crypto assets. I think that there's one in Panama and Ecuador in place, and there are countries that are doing something about it. But I believe that it would be good to have to protect crypto assets. There should be a clear framework covering crypto assets that is pretty good for the legal aspect. It's just like credit cards or debit cards. Everybody was scared about using the credit cards, and right now is something that is commonplace. Could you tell us the experience in Dominican Republic? It was the first state in Latin America that was a signatory of the Budapest Convention. Could you tell us the Dominican Republic experience, and probably you can talk about the United Nations project in connection to cybercrime? With the Budapest Convention, I think that that is related to the question that was asked to Adrian. In the legal framework, in the domestic part, eventually I will need a tool that will allow me to do some investigation. So there should be a classification of crimes, procedure, and the necessary tools to conduct that investigation. Our experience in line with the Budapest Convention is the legislative framework. We have designed our draft resolution in the 2004 based on the Budapest Convention, and we passed a law in 2007. As of 2008, we pursued the we started joining the Budapest Convention, and we ratified it in 2013 because we require international cooperation for this. If I have the domestic tools in place and I have my crimes classified and the necessary procedure for the public ministry and the law enforcement agencies to do their work, there's another element missing, that evidence is 100 covered by my jurisdiction. So I need to resort to international cooperation, so I can request Argentina that that country may have in the ISP some information to that account, an IP address, or an email that I would request. So the Budapest Convention has incorporated some kind of multilateral legal assistance treaty that allows for this international cooperation. So, what countries in the region have in common is that 90% of our users resort to services that are hosted in the United States, or they have their parent company or central offices in the United States, and they have diversified in servers across the world. But at the end of the day, you will need to have access to the evidence, regardless where that evidence is hosted. And we have this important tool. And the other positive benefit that probably we disregarded at first, or we were not aware of in 2016, is the capacity building support provided by the training courses that we saw required. At first, I said I am at the Hague in the Europol convention. We had an international cooperation workshop, and I am here thanks to this initiative. We were paid by the Council of Europe. The prosecutor's office, law enforcement agencies are taking part on this Congress. So this is the positive part or the experience that we have benefited from the Budapest Convention and from the Council of Europe. The Dominican Republic has been involved very actively in this process that dates back to many years ago. Is from the Russian Federation trying to come up with a universal instrument as it's defined by my colleagues, because it was non-existent. So they see the convention, the Budapest Convention, as a regional document. And finally, in the General Assembly at the UN, they passed a resolution mandating the creation of a committee having a universal global convention on the use of technologies, and that's how they titled the resolution. And the mandate was to conclude this by 2024. So it's a 2 years process. In January, we are going to have the fourth edition in the committee, where we're going to work on the first draft, writing the first elements of this convention, the global convention. It's going to be very similar in scope, in content, and in structure to the Budapest Convention. Not only do we have to define the procedure, but the penalties and also international cooperation assistance. Because at the end of the day, this will serve for cooperation to help other states that are not part to or party to the Budapest cooperation. They could benefit from this international cooperation. Probably it's too soon to analyze what the results are going to be. This is 193 states that are signatory of or that are member states in the United Nations. For example, I took part in the negotiation process in the second protocol. Additionally to the Budapest Convention, it took 4 years. It was 63 states or 66 states that we thought alike, and it took us 4 years to agree on 50% of the content. And let's see how we're going to draw conclusions out of the 193 countries that we do not think alike, and if we can come up with a very useful tool, so at the end of the day could benefit all states. One of the main points is that this is not about cybersecurity or sovereignty or borders or disputes or issues in between states, but this is going to overcome impunity, challenges of impunity, to help victims that fell prey of cybercrime, and I can make progress with the investigation that is out of my jurisdiction. So this instrument will help with that. Thank you very much. I think that you have covered this comprehensively. I believe that, do you think that international cooperation is important for the investigation and following these crimes in Latin America? What Claudia was saying is that international cooperation tools are key when investigating and persecution of cybercrime. The Budapest Convention is the tool to address. Not all countries have incorporated this in the legal framework, so the challenge ahead of us is that this will depend on bilateral cooperation treaties in criminal law. Budapest offers a global solution where we can interact and have clear rules of the game, cooperation rules, a 24 by 7 cooperation that will be good to keep the evidence that is so required for the prosecution of those crimes and to include them in our jurisdiction. From the legal point of view, we're seeking solutions by these treaties because the challenge is to understand the issue of cybercrime and what it brings about from the technical point of view. So when we see the internet infrastructure at the global level and the underground cabling and all of that, regardless of the jurisdiction, it's the same network, it's the same internet. But the challenge is what we find in the legal arena because we see the need to accelerate the prosecution of the crimes, the investigation, and to come up with a solution for people that are subject to this investigation. So other crimes or other countries could have the necessary legal certainty at the global level because this allows for cooperation among the many judicial institutions so they can help out with investigations. It has taken years. The legal system follows social actions, and historically, they come after everything that has been filed. But technology runs even faster. So, in the legal aspect, we require that international cooperation that is fundamental for the prosecution of those crimes. And training is essential to improve the management, or we need to have the necessary skills and up to speed skills. Because if not, the jurisdictions or the institutions in our jurisdictions are going to be outdated and they are not going to make any progress. That's why international cooperation is key. So all countries should place priority upon training because crimes are transversal right now and it will require international investigations and support. So priority should be placed on legislative assemblies, congresses, to implement these international cooperation agreements to be in the right legal framework or to have the right legal framework that allow us to do the necessary paperwork from the legal point of view to include that evidence so basically the cases do not fall apart. So the accession of the Budapest Convention is not going to solve all problems because governments, at the end of the day, the administration of these countries, sometimes they accede to fulfill a promise, a campaign promise, or an indicator. However, if importance is not given, if we don't allocate the necessary resources, or if we don't hire people with the right skills, because what happens in Latin America is sometimes we have the personnel, and when they change the administration, In government, they change the personnel, so many cases fall apart, many projects fall apart, and we cannot fail or we cannot disregard this. If we don't have the right point of contact, the point of contact is useless. In connection with this, in Honduras, we have not acceded to the Budapest Convention. In 2017, we had a cyber crime law enforcement office prosecuting child pornography, child abuse. However, the statistics have revealed that they've been using technology for human trafficking. So basically, we have described grooming because people contact people, minors, and this is considered sometimes human traffic, and then they take children for sexual exploitation. So the use of technology is very important, but there are many cases that we have many crimes, and basically they come up with an average of the number of years of the conviction. But this depends on the way we consider the penalties in Congress and how these sanctions for criminals are applicable. I believe that it is it's a big mistake because many cyber offices started investigating offenses against minors online. They should be separate. Cybercrime is one thing, and the most vulnerable sectors of society, like human trafficking, this is different. To call the prosecutor's office a cybercrimes office and that they are working primarily on child abuse or child pornography is a confusion. We should divide this as crimes against the most vulnerable sectors of society and cybercrime differently. In 2019, I believe that you gave a talk, and the title of which was The New Scenario of the Digital World with Cybercrime and the Need to be Connected in the 21st Century. And we cannot disregard that after the pandemic, we are hyper connected and there are more more possible victims of cybercrime. There's a report revealed by Interpol indicated that the elderly were more vulnerable to be or to fall prey of cybercrime. Do you consider that these scenarios are still maintained or they have grown exponentially? Yeah, I remember that conference. Effectively, during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, it forced society to adopt more technologies. Indeed, many people were reluctant to adopt technologies because of social isolation, and this has led us to adopt increasingly more technologies. Not only young people, but the elderly adopted technology. Home banking, for example, was widely used, providing more benefits or banking services, food delivery. Some of them become fatter, some of them become thinner, but still, the reality is that we have adopted increasingly more technology since 2020, and this makes us more vulnerable. Why is that? Because criminals are trying to find a way and assessing our behavior and where we're going. The platforms, like dating platforms like Tinder, are the spot where criminals are committing crimes with scams and crimes committed through these social networks where there is a link of trust or seduction. During my time, we had to do something else. A skillful dancer, take somebody out for a drink. And right now it's swiping likes or dislikes, swiping right or swiping to the left. So we're more exposed precisely because we have the technology at the disposal. The the smartphone is like our life. We live the smartphone, we start shaking. Not because of fear, because they see the partner that is close by and reading or looking at the phone, or is they are leaving the phone behind because we have work, our social life, we have social networks, social media, and this becomes very relevant. And criminals know this full well, and that is why I was telling you in my previous presentation that information is gaining more value. However, this is not reflected upon the legal framework. Why? Because the laws date back to 20 years ago. So we really need to enhance things or improve or update things, and internet has revolutionized information, and this information is part of our daily lives. To conclude, I would like to have a takeaway. For example, if you have influence on public policy, on lawmakers, or senators, what would you recommend to fight against cybercrime in your own countries? Roberto?
Thank you, Sandy. There's something very important in terms of the experiences we've had in Costa Rica this year. And this is what's happened is that we've now got draft bills which seek to legislate on the basis of recent experiences. And so the dynamic is quite different because they look at privacy and intimacy and how these affect national security. And this sometimes leads us to think that that information security and governance, in fact, covers a multitude of different sectors. So my recommendation to the members of the legislature is that we must define the powers of and faculties of different groups so that we can address preventive issues in a holistic manner. We need to address judicial issues as part of a way of strengthening different task forces. We need to coordinate and build strategic alliances and international agreements so we can establish the legislative procedures required. And then, in terms of education, we must provide training and education. So, looking into the short, mid, and long term, so that we create a digital culture. But we shouldn't be seeking to create instances with different powers that could undermine democracy, and because it could lead to serious mistakes. So I think we really need to look at this in a comprehensive fashion as part of a greater, broader legal framework, respecting people's rights, because we must respect people's civil rights and personal rights. We don't want an issue of national security to become to undermine democracy. So we need to do things in the right order. Uh, I think this applies throughout the region, actually. You know, sometimes you draw up legislation as a reaction rather than looking at how you can work well with the different areas involved to tackle the issue. Claudio? Claudia? Yes, I I completely agree with what Roberto was saying just now. I think that this needs to be channeled at a state level. Each state needs to legislate as in a particular way, obviously. But if you have the right tools, there is a key aspect which has to do with policies rather than legislation. As Roberto said, we must ensure that the resources are available because political will is expressed at the end of the day through money. It's where governments put their money shows where their priorities are. So we really need to invest in this, our subject, in awareness and education campaigns. And there's another key issue, which is what we've just been talking about. We talked about training, but there is also a sustainability issue we must take into account. We need sustainability in our cybercrime units in terms of how we provide them with equipment and tools. One of our weaknesses in terms of training and technical training in the Dominican Republic, and it's probably similar in other countries in the region, is that we face a number of challenges. One challenge is scope. We have a unit in the capital city and a couple of other ones in the country. We have 29 provinces in our country which do not have a specialized cybercrime unit, but they continue to have victims of cybercrime. So what I need to do is spread out our human resources and equipment and technical resources. Then I have another issue, which is how to retain this personnel. We train them, and then they get stolen by Telefonica or a bank because I can't pay them enough. So they get stolen away by the private sector. So that's another key element, and that has to do with government policy because salaries must be on a par with private sector and on a par with the profession and the skills involved. It has to be commensurate with their skills level and it must be competitive. So that's really important. Thank you very much, Claudio. Now, what I'd like to do is wind up with you. And yes, I can actually say that I agree. I agree absolutely with everything that Claudio and Roberto have said. Of course, I agree with training, with legislation, allocating human resources that we also need, technical resources, which we also need. And the only point that I would add is that we need legal tools to enable us to investigate properly. So, for instance, if I have to investigate a particular website, I don't have a legal tool enabling me to act as an agent undercover online. So we need those kinds of tools that enable us to investigate in the current circumstances with a whole range of challenges that we face. And this is something that, the criminals take advantage of. Thank you very much to my colleagues on the panel for sharing this session with me today. We would like to invite you to access the Interpol webpage so you can find out more about the services that these experts were telling us about. Now, information from Interpol and different governments. Interpol works directly with the governments. And something that we really need to take into account at a personal level is that cybersecurity, not cyber defense is not cybercrime. These are all different things. And for the decision makers to understand us, we must start to ensure that they understand the difference between these three terms. Thank you, Olga. It was a great honor for me to have moderated this panel. The honor is ours. I'm sorry that Horacio was unable to join us today. He's always joined us in the past. He's always collaborated, and I'm sure that we will have the opportunity to hear from him. I can see there's lots of questions here from the audience, and I have some virtual ones too. So we're just going to hold 3 questions. I'm going to take 3 questions here, and then there's coffee. University. Yesterday, I want to revisit one of the talks that was given about cybercrime. I think it's important to emphasize the fact that information is juridically protected. And what we need to see is maybe some kind of more updated penal approach, which is a cross-sectoral, and it's not just merely a niche which has to do with IT. Then I also wanted to talk about the international cooperation. I like this about an instrument of penal justice. I think that we really need to look at this more from a systematic point of view. This goes hand in hand with what Roberta was saying. We don't need to just provide or adopt legislation which is about putting out fires. We really need to be systematic about this and look at how we address the problems, looking at different aspects of penal instruments, about how society is connected on internet, and the question is, how what how do you see the approach to the custody of digital evidence? I think there's something very specific that we need to be looking at in terms of implementation. Oh gosh, there are about 20 questions here. Oh dear, if I don't ask the first your questions, people get annoyed. Question, not comment. Comments are great, but we don't have time for them. This is a question for Adrian. You were talking about increasing penalties. I'm from Colombia. In Colombia, we're trying to use a mechanism of increasing penalties for drug trafficking, corruption, and theft, but it really hasn't had much of a practical effect. In fact, it hasn't reduced crime rates. Why do you think, given the particular nature of cybercrime, is would reduce the rate of cybercrime? Because we don't, we think actually it might even increase the problems with overcrowding in prisons. Criminals merely become more specialized and more skilled. We could spend a whole day tackling that one, or even a week. Hello, everybody. I'm from the Public Prosecution Ministry in Santa Fe. Two specific questions. Do you know if there are any subsidies provided in Argentina or in other countries to promote research into cybersecurity or for personal enterprises of investigation into this subject? And why do you think that the prevention awareness campaigns are not working? Clearly, seeing the numbers, there is an exponential rise in cybercrime. So we're failing somewhere. Either it's in what we're doing or the awareness campaigns that we're rolling out. Okay, some very brief answers, please. I don't know if the speakers have time because I know that you have other commitments. Claudio, about the chain of custody. Yes, I think that the chain of custody is vital, and it's something that we have been tackling recently. As I was saying earlier, in the Americas, we have a working group of the cyber crime units, and we've talked a lot about standard operating procedures in order to unify the approach to this subject. We have a custody chain in the Dominican Republic, which has been very well defined in terms of digital evidence. But it would have to be unified or homologated because at some point, this evidence, which I've unearthed in the Dominican Republic, could be used in Argentina or would be required in Argentina in a court or in Costa Rica. So it's very important that we take into account all of the details involved. Now, there are two different kinds of cybercrime. There is the kind of crime which depends on the cyber, and the other one is cyber activated. And I think that more and more, as the whole business of digital environment is growing and growing, we are finding more and more cyber crimes are to do with how it's activated. And this links into investigations which are not actually about cybercrime, but everything's linked. So we're talking about vehicle theft, about homicide, and we're looking at different kinds of custody chains. So we have to agree how we look after the evidence involved in these different areas and come to some kind of agreement. The second question has to do with the prevention campaigns and awareness campaigns. Thank you. It's a very interesting question. Campaigns have quite specific features. And it depends very much on the sector where they're rolled out. Claudio brought this up earlier. If it's for young people, then you need to find the channels that get to them, whereas this is quite different from older people. But I think there is some issues that all of this have in common. It has to do with why this isn't working. In my experience, when you have trained people and something happens, we've talked about all the measures, and the question is, why did this happen? Like two-step authentication. Well, maybe it wouldn't have happened if that had been. Most people say, I never thought this would happen to me. So that naivety, that digital naivety, is having a major impact on society. So we need to focus on campaigns of educational campaigns of the kind that this can happen to you, but also needs to be accompanied by practical exercises so people can understand how it happens and show them that this has happened. For instance, when you're with students and you're talking about cybercrime in Costa Rica, I like to talk about specific cases so that they understand that this happens all the time to ordinary people. And you can do practical exercises so people understand how these crimes happen and how they can be so easily deceived, like phishing. It's so easy. We carry out phishing exercises so people understand just how easy it is. You have people, they have to know that these things happen. People maybe think it happens in more developed countries. It's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen here. I'm just a nobody, so it's not going to happen to me. But those campaigns are critically important, and we need to show them in practical terms that it's so easy. It could happen to anybody. As Roberta said, yeah, it happened to me. So I'm aware, say, and then the striking thing is that you don't actually get a solution. This happens with Horacio. He said, put your two-factor authentication. I did that because he explained how to do it step by step. You've got to tell people how to do this. People aren't properly informed. They're not necessarily trained or understand how to implement things. Step by step is vital. Yeah, otherwise it's just, yet another message. I have so many questions here. Right, sorry, I interrupted. Yes, Colombia is my second home, So I travel there a lot. I know many cities in Colombia. Got lots of friends there. I know with people working in the fiscal unit. It really is my second home. And I said that because I didn't want to compare cybercrime with terrorism. I don't think the penalties are the same. I don't think a terrorist attack is anything like drug trafficking or just depriving somebody of services. I don't think it should be high, but I don't think it should be so low either, because cybercrime today raises so much money, or at least, the criminal organizations make as much money from this as drug trafficking. And today, the penalties that we have are really risible. Sometimes they're not even prison offenses. So within the logic of the scale of penalties, I think we should be looking at nothing that's, extraordinary of when you've ransomware or phishing, but I don't think they should be exempt from prison. They are not minor offenses. Unfortunately, it's usually handled by the local justice systems, for instance, in Argentina, where in fact we're looking at something which is cross border, and we're not giving it the attention and the gravity that it deserves so that we can tackle it properly. So we'll find ourselves with more and more cybercrime if we don't give it the attention it deserves and the legal support that this needs, or at least the penalties. When I started working in this area back in the 2000s, it was an area which wasn't very important. I actually started working in Interpol. We were two of us working in cybersecurity, a Japanese guy and me. And I always say the same. It was an area where we had no budget. We never got to travel. Nobody was interested in it. No, people completely ignored us. And when I left Interpol, it was a priority area. We had a directorate handling cybercrime exclusively. People from human trafficking would come and see me because they wanted to manage this in the area of cybercrime. People from the terrorism unit were coming, people from the human trafficking. The drug trafficking people worked with me on Dragnet to trace drug trafficking online. So it's changed a huge amount since when I started working, and suddenly it's become a major priority today. But the laws continue to be the same. Well, for instance, in Argentina, I can't speak for Latin America as a whole, but for many countries in Latin America, this is the situation. And this is what I meant. I didn't mean that, this should be excessively penalized as if they were terrorists. Somebody, for instance, who carries out a fraud. Well, but a fraud requires the appropriate penalty. Well, we have 30 more seconds, okay? When we talk about cybercrime, it's not just an encrypted software or hardware problem. When we put a victim's face on it, for instance, identity theft or cloning, or they publish images of a teenager and it ruins their life, this we are giving it more importance, and they need to be legislated and be given the appropriate penalties, not 6 months or some kind of community service. Another point that we need to explain, just to go into what Robert said earlier a little bit about campaigns. We have carried out campaigns in Interpol. We held campaigns, and this year I was consulting on the PACT program for the European Union. We also carried out an awareness raising campaign for cryptocurrencies. Not even my family was aware of this. So frankly, we're not that effective in terms of reaching society at a widespread level. We need to work together. Public sector, private sector, the banks need to start talking to their clients. The private sector needs to start talking to its clients. We have to work together, particularly with input from academia and these schools, because we need to start talking about awareness raising, right from primary school. Kids are using phones and tablets before they can even talk. So we really need to start raising awareness much earlier. We just have one more question. There was a question about whether there was kind of trust fund or a fund to finance investigations into cybersecurity. Okay, she's from Argentina, so the question's for you, Adrian. No, I don't think there is at the moment. There are funds for innovation, and the OAS has set aside funds for innovation projects, and we get money from Canada as well, and some other international organizations. But at national level, state level, there aren't any programs. There is a panel on project financing, so we can ask about that later, okay? Question from Mexico. Should legislators be properly trained? Do they know enough? Are there any requirements in any country for people who are elected as legislators to know about these things? In Mexico, our legislators are not required to have any specific knowledge on the subjects. Specific about this area is very, very important. I'm not talking about people having a degree in engineering or something like that. It's just a question of finding out about the subject, and it does take time. Another question. Gosh, there are so many. I'm not going to be able to get through them all. How do we use cybercrime in reverse social engineering? There was another question about a hackers network, which I'm not finding. Okay, fine, that's it. Okay. Before my colleagues reply, I just wanted to raise something here. Somebody said that our legislators, anybody can be a legislator, at least in my country. We have lawyers writing laws for lawyers. But we really need all kinds of people as legislators, as congressmen. We don't need them to be experts themselves, but they need to be surrounded. They need to have people on their teams who do know. A congressman has got to understand how to prioritize these subjects. And for instance, one of our legislators proposed a law on cyberbullying because he'd been a victim of it. And that meant that everybody, and that was actually quite positive because everybody started talking about cybersecurity. Anyway, the point is that you need to have the right kind of advice and you need to have the right people on your team. I want to say that Mexico is also my second home, not as well as Colombia. So actually, it would be my third home. But Claudia, I'll tell you that Dominican Republic is also my second home. But Honduras, yes, all these countries. I need to draw up a list of which is my second and third home. Now, probably legislators all over the world, they're not going to be experts in cybercrime or cybersecurity. Maybe some of them are a bit more interested than others, but they do have a whole armies of advisors, and people in those teams are bound to know. Something I have noticed is that recently, both judges and prosecutors know far more than they used to. Like before, when you talked about an IP address, they'd look at you like, what are you talking about? And nowadays, they do know when you talk about an IP address or chain of custody, you know what they're talking about. Before, it was much more difficult to talk about these issues with them and get them to understand. Whereas today, they do. They have a much better understanding. Policemen do too, officials. But we do need to work on the legislative aspect, and perhaps Claudio, who's more involved in that area, knows far more than I do about how to develop work in this area. Claudio. Yes, in fact, what we've done is that I was saying that the draft bills, we're drawing up this draft bill on cybercrime, which is in Congress, on cybersecurity. There's another one on personal data. And the current law in force for 2007 was developed by a multidisciplinary team and was proposed to Congress. Now, it wasn't just one legislator who developed this. A group of legislators took on the proposal. And it's developed by a multidisciplinary group. In some cases, in the area of personal data, we got support from the Council of Europe, who sent us some experts on the subject, and some other international ones as well with experience of doing this. So I think that's how you approach legislative development. So we'd like to thank Roberto and Claudio and Adrian. It's been a pleasure to share this panel with you today. A round of applause. Thank you very much. I promise that I will allocate more time to this subject. Right, quick coffee, because we have two panelists waiting for us in our Zoom room who will tell us about the multi-stakeholder model in Brazil.
Elaboran sentándose, se llevan las medialunas ahí a la silla. Shh. A ver, Mark, Marvin, brasileiros, compórtense. Bueno, perdón por la demora. Aquí tenemos a...
Sorry about the delay. Here we have our Demi and Percival. Welcome. How do you say this in Portuguese? How do you say 14th? The 14th School of Internet Governance on Zoom. I am trying to speak Portuguese here, and I'd like to ask everybody to be quiet for a minute as I welcome. It's great to see where people shushing when I ask. So I want to thank you for your collaboration. The collaboration and the contributions you've made to our school during the year, throughout the year. The Minister Martinhão, who was very, very helpful. And I know that we have lots of Brazilian students with us. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 here, 5, 6 Brazilians with us today in the room, 7. And of course, many, many who have joined us online. So I'm very grateful for the contribution that Brazil has made, not only as sponsors, but in terms of content and participation. Now, so I'd like to talk today about a particular model, the CGI model. We've talked about multi-stakeholder models, the fact that there needs to be constant dialogue between the government and the private sector and academia and the third sector, civil society. But this is not an easy task. We know that the creation of a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary group is no easy task. And I would like to focus today and thank the Internet Committee of Brazil. I'd like to congratulate them on achieving this over the last 10 years. Demi from Brazil, he's the Vince Cerf of Brazil. He even looks a little bit like him, doesn't he, with that beard and everything. And Percival is a member of the Internet Management Community, the CGI. Demian is the president of NICBR and a member of the CGI. Thank you for being with us today. I know that Demi is actually in Lisbon at another series of meetings, so thank you for your time. I would like you to tell us a little bit more about how the CGI is set up and how you have achieved the success over the years of setting up this multi-stakeholder model, which really is a benchmark in the world. It's very successful. And you've managed to sustain it over the time, even with all the changes in governments and technology. CGI is this beacon of internet in Brazil. I don't know which one of you two would like to start. I can start as I have other things to go on. But I'm going to lay things out so Percival can go into more detail later on. I'm going to talk in something that sounds like Spanish, but might be a bit Portuguesey too. We can do a mix, actually. Well, I'm going to do my best anyway. So, the Management Committee was born in 1995 when Brazilian internet was in its early days. We had the .br in use since 1989. It was very important because the national investigation and the Sao Paulo network had already been set up. They've been working for a while. We already had lots of BitNet and the HeadNet networks and other ones that made their appearance then disappeared. But we were working with this .br, and in 1991, in February 1991, we started working That was actually a very important date. It was when everything really started taking off. And at that time, our users were mostly academic, from academia. But we made a distribution beneath the .br umbrella. So we had this BRNet, org, BR, gov, BR, all these different kind of denominations preceding the BR. And the BR was closed at a second level, so only universities could access second level, but no other institutions. And it was clear by the end of 1993 that internet would not be limited to the academic world, and that we needed to find ways of expanding this in a properly organized fashion. Something that we could actually do from academia originally. So we worked together with many other pioneers, the great men of internet in Brazil like Ivan Morcam, Carlos Alfonso. So there was a lot of pressure for the Ministry of Communications to create an organ that would not be regulatory, would not have a power over others, but would provide the direction for this to take. That was the origins of the Management Committee, which was created in 1995. We worked with a lot of native internet or digital natives. And what we did was concentrate the input from different areas, looking at different protocols. And Sergio Beto, who was the telecommunications minister, said that Embratel, which was the telecommunications state telecommunications agency, needed to work with us. And then there was a gradual movement towards different kinds of internet suppliers, services suppliers. And it was in this context that the committee developed its own entity. We had 11 members from different sectors, from suppliers, users, academia, commercial interests, government. All of them were involved in the first design, first setup of the management committee. And there was as yet no direct election of the representatives. That happened a few years later in 2003 when we engineered a transition to our current format. We now have 21 members. 8 are from government entities, and the other are elected by civil society committees and academics, elected by academia. So we had lots of issues because all the services were free. .br was it was a win-win situation for us at the time. And then there was .nic, and it became clear with the appearance on scene of the Department of Trade from the United States that things were going to change and become more self-sustainable network solutions. So people started being charged, and we started also to have costs which we could charge. And at the begin with, we had a major surplus, which enabled the committee to employ and increase its resources. And we set up our own registries, our own IPs, and then we started looking at security and statistics management. So the model, if you like, was able to replace or was reallocate the resources and use them for activities that would benefit the development of internet as a whole. So this is This is a committee which doesn't have a legal entity as such. It's just set up, it's an informal, it's a civil association. It's private, but it's not for profit. And it's a double act, if you like, because which has done a lot of good things. One of the good things, which is extremely technical, but it's very good for NIC and IC, was a civil framework, which was very much praised at the time, because ensured that internet would reach everybody. Because it's not just about censoring problems or resolving problems, but currently with the Data Protection Act, our structure seems to be good. It's technically okay because we've been in operation since '89. And we've managed to survive the pandemic without any problems. And I think that this relationship that we have allows us a very promising future for internet development in our country. What's the CGI made of? What's the management committee? How's it structured? I mean, congratulations. It's been around for ages, isn't it? As Demian said, the government participates, but it's not actually a government institution. The government's change, and in fact, the institution remains. They're using the funds from .br to fund investigation, participate in international events, and to help events like ours as well. So how is it made up, Percival? Which entities are involved? How are the members renewed? How are they elected? Percival, you're muted. How can you say that Portuguese? Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello, everybody. Like Demi, I'm going to try and speak something approaching Spanish. The CGI. Well, currently, we have 21 members. 9 from the government, and the others are from civil society organizations. The governance in Brazil, I think it's important that in order to understand this multi-sectoral model, we have to understand the history behind it. I want to talk about the UN conference, the UN 1990 conference in Rio de Janeiro. This is a specific event. At the time, we had organizations from all over the world who were seeking to develop technological IT networks. And they looking at this from the point of view of communication. There were some initiatives at the time. The Association for Science Development in the 1990s. But in Brazil, with the announcement of the law of 2002, we started to move towards providing more opportunities for stakeholders. In fact, this was the first time at which an intergovernmental conference opened its doors to stakeholders from civil society. The Earth Summit was the first international conference of the UN with a multi-sectoral focus. And what does this mean? The idea is that all sectors from civil society are able to participate. At the time, many UN meetings were restricted to government participation. Today, many of the UN meetings are multilateral rather than multisectoral. From our point of view, society was very satisfied with this opening, but most civil entities didn't have the resources to travel to Rio de Janeiro. So how could they participate? The event that is how the first UN conference was born, with a space for internet. The NGOs were able to participate remotely. Many people from different sectors got involved because they were looking at a new governance model. Gosh, damn phone. Oh, this darn phone. Anyway, the sector was able to take part. The setup of the CGI was born from the many challenges faced, and creative solutions came up pretty quickly. And eventually we were able to overcome the difficulties. The 1992 law, which was amended this year, showed us the way forward to making implement reality throughout. By June, in April 1992, it was possible to use the IP scheme. So, Demi, it's not just a question of police. The government was adopting the law about platforms, and after the departure of different members, we were able to buy different kinds of equipment. And Demi was the one who implemented much of the Echo 92 networks. One of the results of the creation of CGI has been to increase the cooperation of different sectors and multi-stakeholder groups. This is reflected in today's results. And I think that the initial framework created is one of the reasons why this is working. This also explains why the multi-stakeholder model is so successful. So how do you elect the members of the committee? For example, civil society. Oh, hang on a minute. The government indicates who it's going to select from its ranks, the ministers and such like. And members of the civil society are from the business sector, from civil society representatives. We have elections every 3 years for members. And how long is each person in office? 3 years. The mandate is for 3 years. So we have a new round of elections every 3 years. Any questions from the students, For our Brazilian friends, today it's very quiet. Over here, a question from our students. Let's see if our online students have any questions. I'm a Brazilian journalist. I've been living in Uruguay for the last 10 years. So I'm going to ask my question in Spanish. I don't know if this is more an issue of the multi-sector in terms of what we were saying earlier, but I'm quite struck by the implementation of the consumer defense law as it applies to electronic commerce. And I want to know how CGI accompanied that process. How can this be exploited in terms of cybersecurity? We already have a consumer defense code, which is pretty advanced. How can it be applied? How was it applied at the beginning of internet when e-commerce was quite a strange beast? And now you see the EU discussing measures which in Brazil have been applied for a very long time. So this thematic cross-sectoral aspect seems to be very relevant to the multi-sector aspect. I can try to answer, but I'm a bit restricted by my time here. Go ahead. First, I think that we should be careful about internet and applications that are online. For me, e-commerce is commerce. It's not internet. Internet enables this commerce to take place. So trade laws apply to e-commerce because it's commerce. In the same way that social organizations set up on internet can be good or not, but that's not internet. Those are resources which are applied on internet. We have 300 people working at the NIC, and then we have other people working beneath that. We provide rules and regulations about how to handle cybersecurity problems, how to migrate to Wi-Fi 6, how to use different resources on your own resources, how to use DNSS, and structures which underpin what we see today. It's not just one approach to internet, but when we talk about regulating internet, we're not talking about IP addresses, which are basically internet, but you regulate commerce, so that's commerce. It's not about regulating internet. If the commerce is housed on internet, that's not actually relevant per se. It's commerce. I just wanted to clarify that. We, as the basic structure, do not intervene in this area, the regulation of trade per se. But the CGI does have 10 principles which we implemented in 2009. This is when the management committee established 10 principles which must be respected, which have to do with data privacy, cultural and respect for diversity, so obviously we're not going to prohibit people from using internet. Well, what we're trying to do is work within applications rather than within internet per se. We have our management committee, which has principles, which it is implementing. These are generic. These are not specific to the moment. They are logical principles, as we say. And what we're doing is trying to maintain the physical structure of internet exchange points, measurements, and data and statistics, which are things that function independently. So you're more focused on network stability rather than things that work within the red. What advice would you give us, as here we have people from all over the world, including Africa, Asia, North America, and Europe, beyond the Latin Americans, who are the majority? What advice would you give countries to set up a, a national management committee? How can we do this successfully? What do you think are the success factors of your management committee that we could copy in other countries, for instance, in Argentina, when we don't have one? What do you think have been the factors that have brought about the success of the CGI in Brazil? I think that one of the important things about the CGI is to act as a steering committee for proposals pushed through committee, which, as very often, legislation does not take into account the real structure of internet. And one of our roles has been to create a civil framework in the context of a law, and also ensure that this law properly manages internet resources, that doesn't counter the basic principles of openness, inclusiveness, which internet aims to achieve. So one of the key roles of the committee is to suggest rules and comment on draft bills so that everything is more or less aligned with the technical realities of internet, so that they don't end up approving things which end up causing more damage than benefits. So this is something that we are doing, as well as obviously good practices and good behavioral practices. We are an active stakeholder participating in the development of legislation. And we also comment on specific draft proposals when they seem to be very divorced from reality. And we're trying to ensure that they get worked on properly so they really reflect what we expect from an open and inclusive internet. Thank you, Demi. Percival, I think that first, as Demi said, the concept that internet as a free place should be the basis for innovation. Infrastructure should be the most simple possible. Everything done upon this infrastructure should not in any way harm or interfere with it. The more agreements there are, the more cooperation between parties mean the better prospects for a more inclusive and stronger internet. So having this multi-stakeholder model means that we have this facility, if you like. More people participate, the stronger it becomes. And the more we strengthen the way in which we build internet on the basis of agreements and cooperation. It's not just about the government or the private sector. There has got to be a fluid two-way collaboration between all the actors. And there have to be as many actors as possible, otherwise those that are marginalized cannot contribute. And obviously they're not going to reap the benefits of internet. Well, I would like to thank both of you. If for those of you who don't know the CGI, I encourage you to investigate. It's a very successful model. It's a multiple stakeholder model. We've been talking a lot about that, but actually, in reality, it's quite difficult to pull off. And there aren't many countries in the world that have developed a successful model such as Brazil. I have visited the headquarters of Nick and Bere. Oscar, do you remember? We went together in Sao Paulo. He's been lots of times. Our own windsurf. We have a windsurf from Brazil and a windsurf from Argentina, and obviously a virtual windsurf as well. And they have all the technology you could possibly imagine. It's a fantastic place. We've been working with the ITU, and one of the hardest words to incorporate into documents is the word multi-stakeholder. Countries simply wouldn't accept that concept in terms of including it in a document, like Russia or Saudi Arabia. They find it really difficult because they don't tend to include other sectors that aren't governmental sectors. And they don't want them involved in a broader discussion. Indeed, that is true. So I'd like to thank you very much. The support that you provide to the school is something that we appreciate very much. I admire you immensely, actually, as Adrienne was saying, first and second homes. I don't know if I would call Brazil my second home, but I certainly love it very much. Love Portuguese. I did study Portuguese and I do speak it, and I love the culture and the music. I admire everything that you're doing. Big applause for Demi and Percival.
And hopefully, I look forward to seeing you in person in the future conferences. Thank you very much. Greetings from Adrian, from Oscar Mesano, and the local students that are in person and those that are online. Thank you. Goodbye.
Demi está em Portugal.
Okay, let's address the last panel of this morning. We're going to continue addressing the issue of security. Dennis works for VeriSign, an important operator that coordinates the most important TLD, that is .com. Dennis has 40, Verizon has 40% of all the domains across the world. Verizon is the one of the most popular and is the backend, the internet service provider to other TLDs across the world. And Verizon plays a key role in articulating, as it was mentioned yesterday, in articulating the root servers. Dennis, are you online already? Dennis 10, I think, will address his speech in Spanish. And Dennis is going to be speaking on security on domain name servers. Dennis, are you online? Okay, let me keep talking. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Dennis, how are you? What are you right now? What part of the world are you in? In Lake Virginia, in the United States. Is it okay if we speak Spanish? Are you going to be addressed your talk in Spanish? My presentation is in English. That's a terminology that I'm more acquainted with. So if you allow me, I will do it in English. But I can take questions in Spanish or in English.
Problemas técnicos.
No, está perfecto.
Great. We are going to probably you can speak Spanish and the presentation is going to be in English and later we can translate it. Okay, I can do it in Spanish if you want to. And I was telling you about the role played by VeriSign in the domain name servers as the coordinator of .com and the backend of many TLDs, top level domains, and everything that has to do with security that is coordinated by VeriSign. And I would like to thank VeriSign for supporting our co-sponsoring the South School of Internet Governance, and especially giving us the possibility to have experts just like you. Thank you very much. Pleasure, my pleasure. Let me share my screen right now. Este tema me lo sé de memoria.
¿La pueden ver?
Sí, sí, sin problema, se ve bien.
Perfecto.
As Olga introduced myself, my name is Dennis Dan. I work for VeriSign. We are a registry operator of .com, .net, and other TLDs like .edu, .gov, etc. I would like to acknowledge your presence here, and I'm going to give a presentation on DNS abuse, which is a very hot discussion, not only in ICANN, but also out of the scope of ICANN. Let me give you an overview explaining the organigram, very graphically or illustrative, the illustrative graphic to show the diversity or the many stakeholders that we have in the internet ecosystem that ranges from the ISPs or domain name providers, the infrastructure, the many hosting companies, content servers, law enforcement agencies. And I'm going to try to do some Spanglish or speak Spanglish because there are some words in English that I don't know how to translate into Spanish. And lastly, we have the final consumers, the end users. Those end users are the individuals or the entities that file or register the domain names, or those that use the website services or the hosting services. What I want you to take from here is that we have many stakeholders. Each of them plays a key role and a responsibility within the scope or the ecosystem of the internet. Let me go to the next slide. Yes, right here. Let me expand on the roles and responsibilities played by our company. We have the role of mitigating and responding to the illegal and abuse of online activity. This is a discussion that has been held for years, especially in ICANN and out of the scope of ICANN. Because of this given nature that the internet ecosystem is made up of many stakeholders, not only the registrars or those that register the domain names, but also content platforms. If we analyze the circle or the cycle, and if we focus on the quadrant on top, we need to define the role and the responsibilities of service providers are very important to analyze what the key stakeholders' roles are, how to act, and how they respond to the online abuse. If we go to the next quadrant, we need to describe and to analyze the different categories. The denegating threat categories, and that should be clearly defined. We're talking about content, infrastructure as well, and illegal content or harmful content that it may not be illicit in nature. When the domain name is involved in the distribution and in the market of abusive content or illicit content, or a website that has been compromised and is being hacked to launch certain attacks such as malware, phishing attacks. We need to respond to that, so knowing full well what their dimensions and the factors are. That we need to consider in order to respond. We need to identify who is the most appropriate stakeholder to respond to the threat. And we need to understand what are the technical capabilities of providers. Because when we speak of registrants and registrations, the tool is to suspend or to cancel the domain name. What does that mean? That it's not going to be available to resolve a website address or an email server, but that implies that all the services that are dependent on the domain name are not going to be available. And also is, if we want to target the content is going to be available through the IP address, the IP number. So if you would remove the domain name from the zone or the registration, it doesn't mean that the content is going to be removed from the internet. Merely we just suppress the access to that content. And in explaining why we have to respond to the abuse online, there's a key stakeholder, a key player that's becoming more relevant these days. And this is the trusted notifiers. Those are specialized entities that have focused on a subject matter expertise. They have the know-how on threats or on content that they can take action on a certain abuse report and give them with enough evidence so that the responsible party or the most appropriate player to report or to respond to this abuse report can make a decision and can act upon this threat. So these trusted notifiers are required to work on a process that can ensure the reliability, the trust, to have high quality reports with enough evidence in order to respond effectively towards these attacks. We want to prevent or to avoid false positives. And those victims or those people that are hacked by these actors can have the necessary resources to restore the domain name, to recover it, or the content that has been suspended. For example, if the domain name is suspended or cancelled, and it means that the registrant or the user was really the victim because of a third party exploited the vulnerability within its system and took advantage of that, we have another victim there. So we want these processes to be as transparent as possible and to have the necessary resources so those affected victims can really mitigate or alleviate and resolve that dispute. So the trusted notifiers, as they evolve, or as we evolve with the discussions and with the experts that provide these trusted notifiers or reports within the internet ecosystem, we have to see how we are going to be persistent in time, because we may find a one-to-one relation with the trusted notifiers, but as we accumulate more experience and it becomes popular with the rest of the operators, we have to see how we are going to establish a system where we don't have any redundancies of reports. Because we may talk about or the ICANN forums acknowledge this issue, that there's no norm or standard report that can escalate these abuses, and that report eventually ends up in the hands of the right operator once it's been reported and with the information of the target. So if the systems are isolated, we have to see how we are going to maintain it in time to make this system more robust, so we could have wider involvement of all stakeholders in the system or the ecosystem. And obviously we have to respond to the online abuse reports, and this system needs to be operated within the scope of transparency. Once again, we don't want operators to make decisions without considering the victims that they fall prey of these attacks, and then they cannot resolve this dispute. And this is taking shape within the scope of ICANN, outside the scope of ICANN, because let me underscore that responding to online abuse activities not only requires stakeholders like registrants or registrations, but also content-based platforms, social media, and all kinds of platforms available in the marketplace. In this regard, out of the talks and conversations that were held, we have to define of what is a DNS security threat. Anybody could have a different opinion on DNS security threats within the scope of ICANN. Let me tell you that there is a consensus being reached, or some guidelines to discuss these four categories or pillars, starting in the top quadrant to the left, that is called DNS security threats. Now, within the DNS security threats, we may speak of the 5 categories, such as malware, botnets, phishing, and farming, and also as a vehicle to drive or to commit the other 4 security threats. To the right, we'll see a quadrant of infrastructure abuse, like service or denial of service, distributor denial of service, cache poisoning, protocol level attacks by queries to the resolvers, and the exploitation of implementation of vulnerabilities in the infrastructure. Now, in the lower left-hand corner quadrant, we have illegal or illicit content, like harmful content such as scam or fraud that probably is not that illegal, but in some way or another, it may become harmful to the users or to the victims that are the victims of this scam. Also, we have the illegal content. The definition of illegality will depend on the many jurisdictions and what is the legal framework that covers the scope of the legality. We can talk about the illegal sale of controlled substances. VeriSign, as a matter of fact, has provided collaboration with FDA, with the Food and Drug Administration, in order to respond to dedicated sites that become involved in the sale of controlled abuse substances. We also have relations with the Watt Foundation to work on issues related to sexual or pornography, child pornography. So these are the four categories or the four type of online abuse that we can classify as such, and depending on the type of abuse, one will require to identify who those players are, to act upon accordingly with the necessary, by filing the necessary reports, and see what kind of information or evidence is necessary for these players to respond and to mitigate before the circumstances, and sometimes remove the content that is harmful online. Let me try to explain that VeriSign is an operator that works with domain name servers, operating within the processes and policies made by ICANN, which is the regulatory coordinating agency of ISPs. ICANN has a very strong stance that is of preserving security, stability, and resilience of domain name servers, and the mission of which is critical, and it has its own limitations within its policies or rules. As it says in the slide, ICANN shall not regulate any content or services that use the internet on a domain name server. That is why these talks are important within the core of ICANN in order to manage and to respond to online abuse attacks, given the responsibility that ICANN has as the coordinating branch, as a registrant or registration agency. However, we do have other players in the internet ecosystem that require participation and involvement and the commitment of a multi-stakeholder approach to have a holistic approach, comprehensively covering the abuse issue that has its own history, and we have taken a stance in order to make progress and to evolve, and I believe we are in the right direction. To conclude my remarks, let me go back to the same graph, and that is acknowledging that within the internet ecosystem there are many factors and many drivers. Each player has a role and plays a key responsibility within the ecosystem, and together we can work comprehensively responding to these abuses that are attacking users online. Let me conclude my remarks, my presentation, and I'll be at your disposal to take any questions that you may have. Thank you, Dennis. Who are you interacting with at the national level that may be interested in working on these issues, like mitigating the abuse of DNSs? Because there are specialized agencies in cybersecurity and in cybercrime. However, on DNS abuse, who's going to be the right agency or the right key player at the national level to interact with and to help with mitigation efforts? That's a great question. At the national level, there may be different organizations. My experience tells me that at the national scope, there are CERC organizations or privately owned companies or non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that may help with the analysis, with the evidence, and with the reports on cybersecurity. Like in the United States, we have institutions at the national and regional level, that they articulate a very good, effective communication channel. I don't know what is the case for Argentina, like the SERP channels, but I'm sure that there may be organizations that are fully involved with these efforts, providing information or statistics or data that may reveal what's going on at the infrastructure level, or providing necessary information or reports on phishing or scams or fraud. Any questions for Dennis? Dennis, we're about to go for lunch, and I believe that they want to break for lunch pretty soon. One more question. Apart from in the working special groups on ICANN on DNS abuse, how do you resort to information in other places? For example, once again, there are university majors on cybersecurity, workshops on cybersecurity and cybercrime. However, I don't see any information available apart from the one I see from the ICANN. In the GSD, for example, we have a DNS abuse workshop, and there are special talks that are open to the ICANN community. However, I don't see any information available on this topic. And I think as part of the internet infrastructure is important to connect it or to relate it to cybersecurity. Are there any other workshops or information in order to prevent this kind of attacks, the DNS attacks? Great question, Olga. And in ICANN, for example, if you want to pursue further information, not only on DNS, but at the content level, you may have the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network group. They are documenting and they are doing a great job with a special toolkit for reports, trusted notifiers. So it's a good channel, communication channel, to see how this information evolves. It's called the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network Group. Other spaces where we're going to have further information. In fact, October 25th, they're holding a webinar on botnets and malware. Is the ECHO Association with the Top DNS Initiative. So they're holding talks outside the scope of ICANN, since we're required to involve many stakeholders. ICANN, for example, does not include social media, content hosting providers. I mean, these players are not within the scope of ICANN, so top DNS approach opens the forum to these stakeholders so they can learn how to respond to the attacks of botnets and malware. So this association is another group that you can resort to and pursue further information. Lastly, there's an anti-phishing working group. The anti-phishing working group follows closely anything that is connected with phishing by publishing reports on a regular basis. And they also organize working groups where you can be in touch on the latest topics with the latest information. Okay, we're going to communicate the information through Telegram. ECHO is the German Association of Internet Companies, right? Yes, correct. Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. And we'll see you in an in-person meeting. And I would like to acknowledge VeriSign for your support and for your sponsorship. We're going to break for lunch. Before we leave, Somebody reminded me if they found a little chain.
Anita con el nombre de Amelie, ¿se le ha perdido? Preguntaste en el hotel. Y no. Bueno. Lunch. ¿Jantar es? No, jantar es la cena. ¿Jantar es cenar? ¿Cuál es amo?
El receptor. ¿Me escuchas bien? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, ¿sí? No hay ruido, ¿no? No se lo voy a poner, son 5 gigas. Me va a tapar cualquier cosa.
Che, ¿hay forma de que podamos ver la pantalla más grande? Esta, yo no me
Sí.
porque a veces...
Pin. Anclaje. en inglés es pen.
No me atrevo.
Pero es la sección del 1 al 6. No te lo puedo mandar acá porque... ¿cómo es? ¿Tenemos ahora?
Hola. Shh, silencio.
It's always the same, isn't it? Everybody's very timid to begin with, and at the end of our of our conference, we usually get these like group pictures of ecstatic people. It's very important, obviously, that you all get on and get to know each other. So I'm sorry that I interrupted you, but we are a bit behind schedule. Lunch was very good, wasn't it? Today, right now, this is what we call Argentine Graveyard Hour. This year we've been doing it hybrid and we wanted to see how it works. We fused our South School with our regional school, and now we're going to go to the Argentine part. I think that the experiences that they're going to share with us from the different provinces will be very important for our colleagues from other countries. So I would like to invite our friends from the provinces to join us. I'd like to invite Juan Ferreira from Córdoba. This is a very important province for those of you who don't know it. It's what we call a Mediterranean province. Then our dear Patricio Carranza, who is from Córdoba province, but he's been living in Buenos Aires for so long that he's lost his accent. For those of you who don't know, the Cordoban accent is quite unusual. They have quite a distinctive accent, and it's a very well-known accent, really, certainly in the Spanish language in the Hispanic countries. Well, welcome to both of you, and over to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today and inviting us to participate in this very important event. As Olga was saying, this is an Argentine session, isn't it? It's unusual title of the session. When if I invite you to tour Argentina, it sounds rather like doing tourism, really. And in this tourism activity, we've got so much to show you. We've got a country which has so many differences. There are lots of things that have been done and much yet to be done. So today we're going to be hearing from 4 exponents who are going to tell us what they're doing. I'd like to welcome Anabel Cisneros, who is the manager of ARSAT, the Argentine government-owned telecommunications company. I'm joined by Juan Ferreira, who's the president of the Cordoban Connectivity Agency, who's going to tell us a little bit about that, what he does. And we're going to be looking at 2 particular aspects in the first 2 presentations. We're going to be looking at infrastructure, and then Gabriel, Giovanni, and Mauricio Ryan will be talking us about the regulatory aspects, more to do with the legal side of things. Oh, I need to change the program. Annabelle is just leaving a meeting now, so she's very sorry. She's actually also on the board of the CONAI. So I'd say that maybe while we wait for her, we should start with Juan or Mauricio. I'm sorry to mess you up like this, but as we were saying, if we start by talking about infrastructure, maybe over to you, Juan? Yes, well, there's my presentation. The idea of this presentation is to tour the relatively short life of the Cordoban Connectivity Agency. Basically, we are a state-owned organization which provides telecom services in the province. It was created towards the end of 2020, as you can see in the slide. But in fact, its story goes back a little further, which is when the law 2064 was approved in the province. It's called the Connectivity Plan. And what it means is that the agency is in charge of rolling out the connectivity plan in Cordoba. Through that law, the provincial legislature can drive a plan to work specifically on actions to reduce the digital gap. As you can see, it actually all started just before the pandemic. It was a situation that we have identified, and obviously what the pandemic threw into relief was the dimensions of the problem. And obviously, at the end of the day, it helped us a great deal because this kind of plan shows us all the things that we have yet to do. But at least it provides us with a legal framework. This is a state-owned agency, and its remit is to see through the application of the law. Conceptually, what we're doing is to promote digital inclusion throughout the province. This is quite a big province in Argentina. I think it's the third largest province in the country, but also presents a very diverse terrain, has mountains, it has arid deserts, it also has quite a large agricultural area, rivers, lakes, it's very diverse. And it also has the interesting feature of a very broad demographic extension. We have 97 different municipalities, which are different governmental units, if you like, each with their own public administration. But each one of these municipalities, in terms of their social demographics, are very different. We have the city of Cordoba itself, which is over 1.5 million. And then we have 100 maybe of these small municipalities, which are really very tiny. And so the challenges of the digital gap and of connectivity are quite significant. And because of the geographical issues and the demographics involved. Our vision is to be a territorial actor or a stakeholder. We can't do this by ourselves, obviously. We can't solve all the inclusion issues by ourselves, but we do want to be leading the way, articulating and collaborating with other actors to reduce these gaps. The idea is to work as part of the ecosystem, the community made up of the private sector, cooperatives, which is another aspect of the province. In those 147 different municipalities, there are over 200 cooperatives, which provide, many of them, connectivity services, as well as other things. So it means that basically there's a cooperative pretty much for each 2 municipalities. So they're a very important player. It's very important to interact with them, as well with larger enterprises. We really want to cover the entire spectrum. Basically, we can reduce this. We can summarize the work that we do in 2 areas. First, we work on connectivity, and the second is digital skills. Connectivity can be defined as 2 areas. Firstly, infrastructure, and then access. In terms of infrastructure, what we're seeking is to guarantee the main investments in the province so that we can reach each municipality with a wholesale proposal. The scope of the law actually only refers to the wholesale market, which means it can't get involved, our agency can't get involved in residential or corporate services. We only deal with wholesale commercial activity. So what we're looking to do is guarantee those investments. Now, our proposal began to gather momentum when there was a major investment in the province in the main trunk gas pipelines. Over 2,500 kilometers of trunk gas pipelines. So we saw the opportunity to lay fiber optics lines at the same time, making the most of the investment. And it was obviously going to be a win-win situation. I'll talk a little bit more in detail about that later on. But those are the kinds of investments that we're seeking to drive. It's not last mile ones, but reaching each locality with a commercial proposal. And the access, as I said, in that wholesale market, because in many of those localities there wasn't any wholesale presence at all. And this is what we're trying to do. And in those where there was some sort of presence, there was only one wholesale supplier. So in terms of price and quality, there were issues, and what we're trying to do is make that offer more dynamic as a whole. Now, all of that, which basically has to do with connectivity, in terms of the connectivity law, we always looked further because we are also looking at driving more digital laws so that wholesale services can be provided and we can accompany those people that need to be educated on how to use technology, providing, if you like, digital literacy opportunities so they can really make the most of internet access. I think we're all very clear about that, actually. Now, in terms of infrastructure, here are some numbers so that we can go into these in more depth later on. The network is over 5,700 kilometers in extension. Part of it was laying that fiber optics when the gas pipeline was laid, and it complements other networks that were laid, which can be public or national, as we coordinate with ARSAT, which is the Argentine government-owned telecommunications entity. And what we're all continually trying to do is to extend that coverage further. Now, our network reaches 26 of the departments in the province, because our province is divided into 26, and we are present in all of these, and 179 localities of the 147 localities in the province. We have 180 new nodes, 40 of which are already up and running. And the population that we are reaching in these 179 localities are over 2,900,000. It's very key, that number, because obviously from the point of view of Cordoba capital city, this adds a great number of inhabitants. Now, as a wholesale operator, we began the stage of commercialization in June. We have 40 contracts. Some are still at the signing stage, but are quite far along. We have 13 cooperative type clients and 27 private companies, ISPs. In 21 of these departments, there's already commercial activity. Of the 179 localities where we are working, we have already 86 where things are up and running. And 73 of those are less than 10,000 inhabitants. And that is a specific feature that we are attempting to tackle. The fact of these smaller localities, which is where there are greater connectivity needs and greater challenges too. In 17 of those localities, what we've done is to expand the wholesale offer, and another 26, we've created it because there wasn't any at all. And in terms of the final volume of end clients, we're reaching over 58,000 homes or companies, depending on the service. In terms of access, Something else that we've been working on is to create free Wi-Fi access spaces in parks and squares, which is kind of a social contribution, really. And now we're trying to expand it to clubs, particularly in low-income areas where these areas are particularly important and really need connectivity. And in terms of digital skills, looking to overcome user gaps, something that we've been developing in the framework of the SDGs, which covers access to internet. We have a strategy which we called ABC Digital Strategy 360, which is composed of 3 programs. The first is Digital ABC, which are different modules and workshops that we provide where we try and help people address different aspects of the digital gap. These can cover things such as gender, disability, generational, and also from a socio-economic point of view. We have specific content which has been developed and available on our YouTube channel and website, which provide tutorials. We're working closely with a number of different allies. SSIG is one of them that we've been working with. We've been working with Olga and the whole team. It's been great. And they're all specialists in different aspects of the digital gap and how to tackle these from the public sector or the private sector, and even from the NGOs. The second component is the Connectors program, where what we are seeking to do is transfer skills, because what we're trying to do, we can't tackle everything. So what we're doing is seeking to develop digital literacy promoters. We give them a free course which lasts 3 months so that they can develop their own projects independently of the agency, it's always with a view to encouraging digital literacy. We're going to be certifying our first 30 graduates shortly. And the third aspect of this is to make the most of the spaces offered by the cooperatives in the different localities, where the connector can make the most of all of our workshops and give them to people who need in-person workshops, which is obviously impossible for us. So we work with connectors and with the local cooperatives. We have 9 of these up and running so far. And to close, I'd like to say that all of our initiatives are discussed previously with experts. So we have a hub where we exchange ideas with different experts, and that's where we develop most of our programs. We also have a program called Let's Talk About Internet, where we try to raise awareness among people about their relationship with Internet and governance, and spaces like this one. And this is where we provide our Internet governance certification with CECELAT. And we also have digital economy programs, which are a complement to digital skills. Now, what challenges do we face? To continue expanding our coverage, our services, to achieve greater competitivity in terms of prices and quality, but above all, to be agile and be able to offer the right services and to be able to evolve. Because this issue, this sector, are extremely dynamic. So we must be able to change and shift accordingly. Thank you very much.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Juan. And we are going to take the Q&A. During the Q&A, some questions. Annabelle? Is she ready online? Okay, if she's not ready, let me welcome Gabriel Shivan. Gabriel, can you hear me? All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Javier is a Supreme Court Justice from Salta. And giving the overview, we're going to migrate from infrastructure. Right now, we're going to be covering another aspect that we're dealing with as we tour around Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having invited me to such an important conference. It is a pleasure to speak on behalf of the justice system in the province of Salta. To keep it short, I'm going to summarize the acknowledgments by saying thank you. My province is located in the north part of Argentina. It has most of the borders, whether it is international or national. We have neighboring countries like Bolivia, Paraguay, and Chile. And at the provincial level, Formosa, Jujuy, Corrientes, Chaco, and Tucumán. We are in a strategic location for mining, and hopefully we're going to have projections that are going to place us in the position that we historically deserve in the context of Argentina. In this regard, we've been working on improving the justice system to update using the tools, technology tools, as efficient as possible to improve the justice system. But I don't come here from the issue of from the perspective of technology, since we have people that is a pleasure to hear from them, like Mauricio, who is very well respected at the national level. He's a keynote speaker also. So any kind of reference from the IT point of view or technical point of view, please excuse me. And I'm going to reflect upon some of the perspectives that we have considered together with other colleagues on the phenomenon of technology. To give you an overview, in Salta we are implementing on e-files in all agencies in Salta, which includes the decriminalization of the process. We believe that in 2 years' time, or we are going to have e-papers. We have invested and spending time in the ongoing efforts to improve the quality, high quality standards. We're working also to safeguard the information in e-clouds. I know that in some other provinces they have developed this further, but originally we have invested in deploying our own infrastructure in our premises. Right now we have been waiting, or we have been investing also in enhancing management systems. I know that many other places have developed their implementations in the justice system more than our office, but this is the pilot project that we have underway, and we have other projects on AI, such as quantifying risks, judgments, calculators, penalties, executions. These are the projects that I've been working on the City Council, investigating from the legal point of view these topics that is going to give us very positive results so far. Particularly, I will reflect upon an idea and a vision that we have towards artificial intelligence and digitizing the new technologies and the justice system. For this purpose, I will refer to a paper of a visiting professor in Salta that created some concerns and interest. His name is Daniel Pastor, where he treated the rules and regulations, the author of which is Dr. Corvalán, that works in law and artificial intelligence. Where herein, in this paperwork, Dr. Corvalán triggers some ideas that I'm going to use for further reflections on some ideas that open my eyes and created to expand my observations. He raises the point that when we talk about IT, emerging technologies, disruptive technologies, IT, or technology in the world of communications, this is could be encompassed by artificial intelligence, considering always AI as a purpose in itself or as an end in itself, as a tool, basically. So, what is the progress that has been made in a world where we live in something slow from legally speaking when we have to expand the regulations or the rules, and takes time because it's so slow, and this is characterized by the field. So there's an engine that drives keeping the forms, or sometimes we are stuck in formalities that are dogmas or general beliefs. So we don't see a rapid evolution. It's kind of slow. So the first item that we are going to raise is what we're working on the foundation blocks here in Salta. Well, let me tell you that we're working on the digitalization of the work performed in tribunals or courts based on what we're doing. That is, we are trying to improve what we've done so far with less sophisticated tools or less practical tools. But eventually, we're digitalization our work or the tasks that are known to all of us. And we're making advances in predictive learning, automatic machine learning, basic machine learning. But in this way of doing justice, it's just a few steps that we're making, and this is a challenge that we had ahead of us. And the challenge is that we don't see it, we don't envision it that clearly, and that is why it's going to be one of the triggers in this debate by expressing our ideas and information. Together with the traditional processes and digitalization, we find interesting ideas without resorting to modern technologies, but we can speak of cyber crime, digital evidence, the business world, and the world of public law, compliance, and artificial intelligence. Tele-trials, the judgments of algorithms, for example, fines, vehicle fines, electronic files, or photo files. So we can create a different, higher quality justice system, and in a different way. We are learned when we hear from a technologist and philosopher that is called Widerman, that later I'm going to give you some of his literature. And he argues that artificial intelligence require us to learn how to administer, manage the justice system, and how to learn lessons in the justice system. So not to reinvent the wheel with new tools, but new things, creating a new service. Marcelo Reinese, who is a very important technologist, and that he has been quoted in this paper, he says that technology is here to stay. And that created a future shock in me. He says the technology is here to stay, but we don't have it. It's our mindset to open this new technology. So the information that comes from our systems, computers, IT, the set of bits, will allow us to do more things than we can, and our limitations is in the way we conceive things. So not only do we have to do things better, but differently. And it gives us examples, so that's what I would like to share these examples with you. He argued, or technologies argue, what happens if we have a time capsule and then we're taken to the caves, to the hunters and gatherers, and we take to the gatherers hunting, if we take them fishing poles, nets, rifle, and we gave them to the gatherers as an experiment. In this tunnel, we take them to the caves. At first, I'm sure that the hunters or the gatherers are not going to know what to do by trial and error, in just a few minutes they are going to come to learn to use the fishing poles and nets, as well as the rifle. The, they may shoot themselves, but somehow they will learn how to use it because their mindset was to be a gatherer at that time. And if we leave them some tools, the cartridges or something that could be self-charging like solar panels, I'm sure they will come to realize they will revive and they will continue using those tools. But what happens if these hunters and gatherers in this tunnel capsule of time, in this fiction that we are envisioning, we take them agricultural machinery, a tractor, sowing, cereals, and we take them there to in that time capsule, and we later observe what they are gonna do. Their mindset of hunters or gatherers is not really ready for conceiving it in the agriculture, applying to agriculture that it was going to supposedly come years after. So the tractor is going to be used for hunting. The seeds are going to be used for cooking, and probably the plowing is going to be used for, or the plow is going to be used for hunting. But sowing crops are not envisioned, and even though they are blessed with the 21st century tools, they're going to miss out that opportunity, and that is going to be a missed opportunity by this experiment in this time capsule. Why is this useful? Why do we reason in this way? It makes us think of one more example that we can give you. What happens in Socrates in Athens? We take them a typewriter, books, and pencils and pens. Probably the trial would be conducted in the same way. Using these tools, probably the writing would be tidy. Probably the note taking is going to be much faster. However, I mean, it's not going to change much. It's the same rationale that is applied today. It doesn't mean that our brain from the time of hunters and gatherers has evolved that much. It hasn't changed that much biologically. It's very similar to the current human beings. So something that is happening to us is that we do not conceive what we're going to do with the tools that we already have, the potential of the tools that we have at hand. I mean, we have a limitation that is embedded in human beings with the way that we use those tools. And that is why a scholar such as Juan Corbalán poses the idea that the challenge lies in finding a paradigm shift in law and in procedure law, especially. And raises a very important issue, arguing that what we have today, and that's what we have to do research and improve, is our imagination, because the technology is here. We have the plow, the tractor, the seeds, and we don't know what to do with that. We still date back to the time of hunters and gatherers, so we need to be innovative. We need to think that tracing back to the first industrial revolutions, we conceived the washing machine, and it was like a robot that was powerful enough that cleaned and that washed clothes by hand. And with time, we came to realize that the most effective thing was to do the laundry was a box with a cylinder, not with a robot with the shape of a human being washing by hand. Because in time, it took us to the evolution that these things could be efficient and could do things more effectively. In order to stick to the agenda and to raise a few things and ideas, let me tell you that we may conceive a new idea, a system based on algorithm and law that has algorithms embedded. So as long as we think limiting or restricting the legal issues to construing the law, especially that of discretionary decisions. Obviously, all the system based on technology will be at crossroads. But if we are able to configure or to conceive these activities effectively, more automation or artificially intelligent driven machines we're going to have. Regardless of the complex cases and the potential of the creativity of human beings. But for quick, expeditious, or swift operations, we should switch to an algorithm legal reasoning. And that legal reasoning is going to drive artificial intelligence and automation eventually. An example that is raised usually in the legal field is a complete procedure that is complete that for example the issue of the speeding cameras when they are accurate and is well implemented and deployed and a vehicle exceeding the maximum allowable speed is going to create that photo. That camera taking the photo is you're going to have defined by email. And at that point in time, we came to realize that the camera, in frames per second, takes a snapshot of the first instance of the trial. Just by triggering, we have the claimant, the law enforcement, attorney, juror, judge, and a judge that executes that sentence. So we have that in a single trigger of frame per second. So are we improving the justice system or differently? Does this eventually improve the justice system? Are we doing it in another way? There's no doubt that we are doing this differently, but the question that we should be wondering from the point of view of human rights, are we leaving aside or setting aside like the right to defense human rights? Because this is what we need to raise, because the algorithm may be wrong and the automatic like speed cameras that are doing machine learning, they could discriminate things. So there are many issues that we need to raise. In order to stick to the agenda, I will try to raise a few questions for you to think and reflect on this artificial intelligence and the new ideas of digitalization and the new idea of conceiving a new justice system, and to see that technology is here to stay, and we human beings are the ones that do not venture to go to the future. So we are merely gatherers or hunters from the past. So we need to change our mindset or procedures, and this is the challenge that we have ahead of us in the next few years. So my humble contribution, taking the thoughts from, borrowed from many authors, probably created new ideas for a new debate.
Gracias, Gabriel.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. I think you've raised a lot of questions which are very interesting. What you've just said, Gabriel, is really interesting. And it's another fresh look at ideas. I quote Einstein that intelligence is about having fun. So now let's go to Mauricio. We're going down the Andean mountain range all the way from Salta to Mendoza, and let's hear from Mauricio. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. We are colleagues because I work in the Mendoza legal system, and I'm facing these issues of digital transformation. So Gabriel's introduction was really fantastic. what I wanted to talk about is something that I've actually experienced, particularly during the pandemic, regarding digital transformation. Not only those of us who are doing technology help to bring about digital transformation, for those of us working with us who are asking us to make changes, but at the same time, in the area of IT, in as regards the province of Mendoza, we're also looking at digital transformation. And this begins by looking at new digital tools which we have available, which enable us to look at different ways of tackling the problems and find new solutions. During the pandemic, the issue was how to enable lawyers not to have to go to the courts and all the paper circuit. And that was quite a difficult process. Now, people stopped using paper. In fact, procedures didn't change that much. MAP's digital transformation isn't so much about the digital, but the transformation, because we're still thinking about the proceedings and using new tools to do the same as we always did. But maybe these tools offer so much more. Perhaps these tools, when we no longer use paper, we're no longer relying on the same supports. The timing changes. And there are new mechanisms of exchanging information, messaging about a brief, for instance, chats, a WhatsApp message. And that has helped to bring about innovation and transformation without completely changing everything. Talking of AI, the proposal has been that to train an algorithm to read a document and detect anything that has to do with something sensitive, habeas corpus. We've actually started down the road, although we haven't implemented anything yet. That is a way of using new tools to take a new path of transforming the process, the proceedings, and that's what we're working on. And we're not just talking about the user's relationship, the proceedings, but internal processes. Before, it used to take weeks to develop the filing of briefs. And very often people weren't equipped to provide quick responses. So we've been looking at speeding everything up because they're working with digital tools to change the way in which information and briefs are processed by developing new software. Again, we're looking at the area of technology. If I'm using too many technical terms, please ask, but the idea has been to, in the same way that we took away the paper supports for the lawyers, we ourselves removed or changed our relationship with the computers and looked at ways of using internet to improve public services. Like we used to use databases or data as a service, networking, Kubernetes, which is a very useful technology, or Docker, which is another very useful technology, which allows us to take a different path from the one that we were using before. Before, we were using the computers and running our apps on computers, and we've moved on from there. Docker is one of those technologies that has really changed the way in which, at least I personally, and indeed many of my colleagues, deal with developments. You encapsulate the app, and then you can run it in the cloud. So, like, you virtualize the development of software instead of the hardware. It's quite a big deal, really. it changes the perspective of where things are managed. And with these tools, what we've done is work with the codes developed by the programmers on depositories to as a repository kit which automatically updates when new codes are uploaded to the cloud. Everything is automatic. The tests are run automatically. It's put inside the container and it's deployed in a Kubernetes cluster. And in this case, we're using Focal Phone, which is a service provided by Google. There are many other technologies which we're using, which are very efficient when it comes to storing files like PDFs, which we're talking of the briefs that the lawyers used to present. And we've developed our own software, which is quite automated, where what we've done is automate different aspects of the infrastructure, particularly my specialty, for instance, which is within technology. I administer databases, and I was actually removing work from myself. So the developers can deploy their code without needing to ask permission from the owners of the infrastructure because it's all automated. And this means that the cycles become much shorter, up to the point where you can do them in a matter of seconds. And this means that we can also provide answers more quickly. And this has changed our mindset, particularly in the judiciary. On the basis of this first experience, we created a laboratory before the pandemic, just a few months before it. And the pandemic enabled us to use new technology, which we hadn't really been given permission to use, as it were. We didn't totally trust it because, you know, one is always a little bit skeptical of change and all things new. But anyway, we just jumped in with this new technology. And today we can say that 100% of the developments that we're making in-house within the technology area of the Mendoza judiciary, they all go to the cloud. They're all automated. And they're in the box. The developers are working as code writers and deployers. So they're like basically operators using public cloud services, which makes it easier to use these computer resources. It wouldn't have been possible. These new digital tools, which we as IT specialists use, are helping to transform the way in which we produce software. So that's what I wanted to share with you today, and any questions are very welcome. Because the same thing that's been happening to the judges and lawyers with these new tools, they've changed the way that they work. We're also living exactly the same thing as technology software developers. So what Gabriel says applies perfectly. We have new tools which are giving us new possibilities and helping us. We need to fail, obviously, we need to try things out, but I'm sure that by doing so, we will reach new solutions.
Excellent, Mauricio. Great remarks. And we continue along the lines of what Gabriel was saying. I was telling them that it was a continuity of the concepts raised by Gabriel, that change of mindset and thinking outside the box, as Mauricio said. There are some technical tools that probably are these ones now, but they will be replaced in the near future by others. But the important thing is to have openness and to think outside the box and that vision so that can lead us to implement change in the future. And it has to do with what Juan said, the infrastructure. The need to have the highways, roads, vehicles in place, as well as drivers that will know how to drive those vehicles in a creative way. So, by this, we end up accomplishing the goals. Are there any? I was going to ask questions first to the three panelists before I open the floor for questions. For example, we were touring around Argentina. By these excursions, we have seen local, regional, and national levels: Córdoba, Salta, and Mendoza. What are the three perspectives from the global point of view and from the territorial, from the national point of view? Mauricio was speaking of the cloud, and that is key to make these changes. So how do you see with the coexistence of these new technologies, with what you're doing locally, and how do you see the future growth or the implementation at country level? Let me be brief. We have had several integrations with other provinces. We are launching a hub of communications for inter-jurisdictional matters at the federal level. It was led by the province of Buenos Aires. We follow suit in Mendoza. Blockchain transactions. Cordoba did for now. And then we had the backend. We had the code repositories with the automated systems. And we're taking part from different provinces. So it's a federal development that it would be commissioned before September. Excellent, Mauricio. What Mauricio said, and in line with his ideas, let me tell you that we're faced with a challenge of collaboration that has become transcendental, particularly, and everything that has to do with the power of the internet. And one of the ways that we can create this is through collaborative projects, which indeed ends up accelerating the process in those places where we could be behind, lying behind. So in this case, we don't have any frontiers. And this implies a lot of collaboration. So if you analyze the major projects or the large companies that break this paradigm, these are collaborative platforms or projects. So they're, in the way I see it, lies in collaboration. Gabriel, what do you think of this? Following the concept that Juan was talking about, story, for example, my youngest daughter is studying in medical school, and his notes were incredible. She did it with many technological tools, and hopefully you're going to share with your best friends, I said. And she told me, no, I have like 6,000 followers because I uploaded this in the cloud. So there's a change in mind. The mindset is totally new right now. When I was at school, I was shared with my schoolmates. And now they're competing with the number of followers in social media. So this collaboration scheme is the new way of thinking, it's the new rationale, and it's hard to understand sometimes. because I was thinking that she was going to share it with 6 people only, but she shared it with 6,000 followers. And this is what we're seeing in this process is in developing countries, as or low-income countries, we have access to information and to ecosystems that may be similar to the most developed countries across the world. So it's a competitive advantage that is more or less equal. Now, for us, for the provinces that account 2% of the electorate in a country where most of the elections or the electoral vote is at the federal level, there are main corners of the country or places in Argentina that you could gather 50% of the vote. So we are like thousands of kilometers away from there. That distance is hastened right now. You're democratizing information. You're having access to information in real time in large volumes across the country and across the world, as a matter of fact. And for this reason, I am very optimistic. We live in a time that is unparalleled in the national and the international world. Never have our rights been so protected, and never have we had access so much to so much information. And it's clear that in this democratizing and democratization and equal process or process of equality is at the federal, regional, and local level. And that's why what Juan said, if we don't have basic information or the basic infrastructure, people are not going to have access to information. If we invest enough resources and infrastructure where we could have a pipeline of information, is going to be great. And we should be less selfish by sharing. And it's not that we're being nice to others, but we do it naturally, with natural collaboration in a wide community where everybody is sharing this sort of information. Thank you very much. I think that we are going to try to take 1 or 2 questions because we're kind of behind the time right now. My name is Emiliano Guerros. I come from Buenos Aires and I work in the public ministry of Buenos Aires, of Argentina, I'm sorry. I have a question for Gabriel. Following the implementation of AI in improving the justice system, this AI is a tool for settling disputes or criminal cases or for solving criminal cases. How do you see AI, like CleanView or any other software, that through facial recognition and through open doors you can identify a person? Do you see this possible? Do you consider that this may annul or lead to annulments of cases? I know that the tools are going to be useful for these uh, procedures or for having digital evidence. We are amidst the world of cybercrime. Even the evidence is considered in virtual environments like metaverse. I mean, we cannot escape from these ideas. However, there are problems or there are biases or even issues that are raised that lead to discrimination or vandalism. And since this is open source, the access to that information, to databases that are based on algorithms, require to work on standards like the European Union did through artificial intelligence, and everything that is going to impact on human rights require human intervention or a review or revision instance by a human being. So it's what we talked about before, like in spinning cameras, because you have taken a picture when we exceed the maximum speed. This is law enforcement notice, penalty, and even the bill to pay. And you can advocate or you can defend yourself and you said, okay, I have to claim I was speeding because I was taking a pregnant woman to a hospital. This is not going to be implemented in a digital system of the algorithms or artificial intelligence. I believe that we cannot escape from these new technologies, algorithm, open source, that dilutes the information in such a way, but the human discretionary decision needs to be guaranteed at least at a revision or review instance, thinking that we cannot release our responsibility from disconnecting the computer because there could be bias and that would affect human rights eventually. Mauricio, Gabriel, Juan, thank you very much for your time, for being here, for your thoughts, also for being part of the South School of Internet Governance. And this is just the beginning. As Mauricio said, we need to make some mistakes in order to make progress, and this is what Gabriel was saying. So thank you very much to the three of you. And we're going to break for coffee.
Thank you very much to everybody for their contributions. It was really interesting, gave me a lot of food for thought. I thought it was going to be more about infrastructure, and in fact, it was more philosophy and legal. So, time for a quick coffee break, and then we carry on with other provinces. Microphone. Here we go. Now you can hear me. Uh, I think there's going to be an announcement because some of you who want to get together later. Anyway, let's move on to our next panel. We have Matias Centeno, who is from the INDA. He's a rural extensionist. He works in the University of San Luis, and Gustavo Giorgetti from the director of ThinkNet in Neuquén. The problem with Christian Casan is that his car broke down. He was coming all the way from Jujuy, but luckily we have Patricia with us who's going to help us with everything. Right. Well, we're back. We're going to continue with our tour of Argentina. We continue along the Andes mountain range. And here we have with us Matias Centeno from the National Technology Institute of San Luis. And then we'll go further northwest. We're going to go down to Neuquén. We're going to go a bit further south to Neuquén. We'll be talking to Gustavo Giorgetti. So, Matias, let's start with you, and then we'll continue with Gustavo. Hi, Patricio. Thank you very much. Thank you to Adrian and Olga for inviting me to be part of this fantastic space, which is the South School on Internet Governance, an initiative which, in addition to all the awards it's been given, it has brought us together to work together in many of the tasks that have to do with the digital development underway in many different countries around the world, because the students of these countries go far beyond the geographical borders. So I work in the INDA, which is the Agricultural Technology Institute, which answers to the Ministry of Agriculture and has been active for over 50 years in the rural development sector. It's based in San Luis, in northeast Argentina, although at the moment I'm in Corrientes province. So this is the reason I can't be with you in person today. It's raining so hard here. I really hope that connectivity doesn't go down. It's raining cats and dogs. So I'd like to try and share a presentation. Let's see. Here we go. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Great. So on this tour about what's happening in different provinces in Argentina, I want to give you a brief snapshot of the issues that we're working on at the INTA in different provinces. Perhaps I have a quite specific view of what's going on in central and east central Argentina, but I do want to share my vision of connectivity in rural areas and internet in rural Argentina. And first, I think we need to look at what is meant by rural Argentina. This is a map produced by our Census and Statistics Institute, which shows where people live. The red dots are urbanizations, urban areas. You can see a lot of red dots around Buenos Aires. And then there are some other key points in Argentina, big ones. And this shows how people come together in a country inhabited by over 50 million people. And on the right, the gray dots are what the index calls groupings. These are settlements of people, these are communities, these are smaller groups of people. Whereas the red dots are urban centers and the gray areas are rural clusters in our country. As you can see, it's pretty big, isn't it? Even so, Latin America is one of the regions with the highest urbanization rates in the planet, in fact. And in Argentina, this is very typical of this trend. According to current data, 91% of the population live in cities. There are Argentine provinces like in the northeast or in Patagonia or even in the north and the northwest, where the rural population is much larger, maybe as much as 30%, but at all events, 91% of these people who are living in the cities basically reflects what goes on in the province of Buenos Aires, where 2 point something percent of people live in rural areas. So what does this have to do with what we're looking at today? Our agenda of issues related to internet, or at least our perspective, our take on this, is what we call urban-centric. You look at these big numbers where over 90% of people live in cities. But it's like adding together the cities of Córdoba, Rosario, and La Plata, who are living in rural areas. Now, particularly with everything that went on during the pandemic and the dynamic produced by the pandemic, particularly its effects on agricultural activity, but we've tried to quantify what's happened and try and find ways of expressing this asymmetric access to connectivity between rural areas and urban areas. So these are data from the ENACOM, which is the Argentine Telecommunications Authority. This is, we surveyed 373 rural communities. And what's notable is that 42% of these didn't have any internet connectivity. Now, if you include bad quality internet within that, because part of the problem of rural connectivity actually rises to 80%. That means 80% of these rural communities have really major problems of connectivity, or at the very best, regular. This exacerbates the digital gap, particularly in terms of connectivity, which is something probably that many of the panelists and speakers have already talked about. The first aspect of the digital gap is one that has to do with infrastructure, which is probably the most superficial and maybe the most striking. You know, how many people are in and how people are out. Now, we know perfectly well that infrastructure isn't everything, particularly if people don't have the ability to develop activities using internet, but also to be able to use that digital access to do something interesting with their lives, like, you know, improve their quality of life or feel more included within some form of organization or other. So that's the relevance of the second digital gap, which measures the possibilities that people have. Now, we know that the first digital gap is pretty important, and we're working on the second one in all sectors, not just the rural or agricultural sectors, in order to create content so we can really enhance that second access. Now, the different provinces in our country show us three kinds of lifestyles, that kind of three areas or three kinds of activity which involve different people in the productive network. So we have a digitalized sector, which has a lot of characteristics, which has been surveyed by organizations like the UN in terms of digital maturity. We have this digitalized sector, we have an emerging sector, and a marginalized sector. The digitalized sector is what we see when we're talking about IT or connectivity or how internet can be used to facilitate productive life. These are mostly companies, some of them SMEs, but these are companies that have a strong, robust structure. They have the possibility of accessing funds and resources to enable connectivity. As you can see, the gentleman on the left in the what's known as the wet pampa, he's using a tablet. You can have connections, point-to-point connections in the fields. And basically, not just the state, but the market uses these to can develop products like you can have haymakers which are connected to internet or maybe have infrared connections which allows them to identify weeds, or you can automate that the route that the tractor or the harvester will take. So that sector basically has connectivity, has funding, which in turn strengthens their degree of connectivity. And they can develop more strategies to make more of that connectivity. And then we have the emerging sector. We can see here somebody working in the fields in San Luis. She lives outside the city of San Luis, has access to internet through different Wi-Fi points enabled by the government of San Luis, which has a public policy in place to keep its population connected as much as possible. But she doesn't have the same economic capabilities to allow her to automate her production. There is also a scientific sector there which is thinking about other kinds of solutions that this kind of producer simply doesn't fit because of the scale. Because in Argentina, 70% of agricultural producers are like Rosa, the person you see in the middle there. In the world, the family local producers, which you can see here, usually locals, they produce 80% of the food in the world. It's that kind of producer. So the issue isn't just about connectivity, it's about inclusion. This is our major challenge. The market, society, connectivity, this is a triangle, if you like, of connected points which focuses on this vast productive group, which is literally feeding us. The largest number of people working in the agricultural sector are in this particular emerging sector. They're small producers who don't have access to resources. Now, the sector which I've called emerging is making a major efforts to adapt in social and technical terms. They're trying to make the most of technologies which haven't really been designed for them because they live in this kind of gray area that I showed you on the map, these communities that don't have full-on connectivity. And talking of connectivity, we seem to have lost. So this sector, during the pandemic, was very much affected. It grew, and there's been a major migration towards the digital world. And in very many parts of the world, there's been a major demand for what we call local foods and shorter value and supply chains, because people could no longer rely on global supply chains and logistics began to fall apart. So the suppliers of raw materials and basic foods, the local ones, were those who started to supply the foods that most of us had access to during the pandemic. There are many trends, such as the increase in prices, food prices, which are quite negative, and in fact the growth and inflation which is hitting countries all around the world post-COVID. But there is also, if you like, a repositioning of what of these local markets. And much of it is thanks to the digitalization of these sectors as these small producers began to access basic banking services and were able to start selling their products on WhatsApp or social media using small local networks, which simply didn't exist before the pandemic. And and because of this highly unusual situation, they began to blossom. But it's a sector that needs a lot of support. It needs particularly support from the state, and they need a lot of technology and skills. And frankly, they're not often, these needs are not met by the market or other organizations. And then we have the third sector, which I call the marginalized sector. This is a photograph in the north of the province of Mendoza. It pretty much says everything that you can imagine. These are very basic houses made of mud. There is no electricity, water. There isn't any form of basic infrastructure, and there's lots of this around. So we have to tackle the access of these communities to internet beyond the numbers and how many there are and where they are in terms of distribution. The issue is that we need to give the sector visibility. They're barely covered by public policies. There are some sectoral or provincial policies which focus on connectivity, and it certainly would be interesting to be able to work with them to tackle the digital gaps I mentioned, which have to do as much with infrastructure as with skills and how internet can change people's lives. This is going to take me a bit longer, so perhaps we can talk about this in the debate towards the end. But at all events, we can ask ourselves, what do we mean when we talk about rural areas? It's not just a marginal sector which doesn't have any connectivity. It's not just a stagnant area or population that live in some inhospitable remote areas, but the possibility to develop dynamic relations with others. Then there's the concept of what we call rural urban communities, where people are beginning to enjoy mobile connectivity because of the proximity to the city, and then they have these interesting relations with universities and with academia, and there are some other organizations working in this area as well. So this is my reflection, my take on internet in rural Argentina. Patricio, over back to you. Perfect, Matthias. Thank you. That you made it very clear just how important infrastructure is in rural Argentina. So now we'll hear from Gustavo Giorgetti. We're going to go a little bit further down the Andean mountain range. Right, Gustavo, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge Adriana and Olga in my gratitude for giving me the chance to speak here in the South School of Internet Governance. Let me go over some of the topics that are going on in this world that I would like to share with you. We're going to be addressing something that is happening in Argentina that traces back to many years ago, more than 10 years. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, it grew exponentially, that is in parallel. Something that we would like to see, the purpose of which is to improve as much as possible the experience of people in all roles now and ever. And why is that? Is because this is going to be quoted later on. It means that we cannot wait for technology to come to improve the state of affairs right now, and then to continue leveraging that technology in the future. So it's a pun or it's a play on words that tries to leverage what is going on at any time, point in time. We're going to focus on ecosystems. This is going to be widely used. Ecosystems imply complex networks where one could find two key variables that are efficiency and resilience. That is, anybody could join the ecosystem because they want to improve things better, easier. So there is a concept of efficiency, but on the other hand, that is offered or provided needs to be sustainable throughout time. So I cannot move from the farm to the cities and then have energy shortages or blackouts or that the internet is down or that the home office banking side is down. So it's not a matter of efficiency, but there's something that is called resilience that is stronger. And it has two sub variables. Now, one has to do with diversity and interconnectivity. Diversity, because if I have a power shortage, I have to switch it manually, and interconnectivity has to resume its services digitally. So we're talking about something that has to do with the ecosystem. We're talking about economics. I'm sure that you cannot put all the eggs in the same basket because many of the investments that are made on the one side are maybe fly to the most advantageous side. And if I cannot liquidate those assets, I cannot place another investment. So efficiency and resiliency are the most important factors, or the two factors. The problem is not that we have a problem with diversity, but with interconnectivity. That is how we interconnect that diversity that we create. The other keyword that is going to be widely used is integration, or the capacity of integration. That is, be able to integrate over interoperability. When we have many things connected and I build upon that interoperability. And here we have pathology that Matthias is going to help me out to write it and where this falls in the many sectors that are kind of lying behind. And I'm going to speak of those that are widely used over the internet, those that have total access to the internet. And there's a pathology that is called digital distancing. And that implies the systems that they don't talk to each other because there's no interoperability or the right one. They eventually use human beings as the interface. So every time that we enter a site, we borrow some data and we paste it somewhere else, we are the interface of systems that are not capable of facilitating that communication, even though it allows this through technology. And we are going to cover all the things that we're doing. Very briefly, we're going to review what we're doing today, digital government. Digital government that has the paradigm as a citizen doing paperwork over the net or over the web has gone through many steps. The first one is to digitalize the internal processes within the organization. The other one is to go further and to relate it to the citizen and the state. And the third one is to connect many services in a single application. So we're going to label it like GDE, TAD, Mi Argentina, My Argentina, and eventually the fourth one is that there's no way of making progress if we cannot have interoperability. So the indicators that we use are digitalized paperwork, requests, visits, time that we save and digitalize. It exists, but the minute is different. We discussed this during the previous panel, and we are reinventing the wheel but digitally. So while we were waiting online or we waiting in line, right now we are waiting online over the portal, over the internet. So we kill ourselves to improve the quality of service for citizens. And that improvement has a bias by any of the stakeholders of the citizen that has to interact with everybody because that paperwork requires the participation of many stakeholders. Eventually, is the interface, humanly speaking, with the many portals and mechanisms required by these multi-stakeholders. So before, when everything was on paper, the interoperability model was a single one. Paperwork is very or highly interoperable. Right now that we have many patterns, one or some of them are still on paper, we need to break that paradigm shift and we make a transition from the physical to the heterogeneous one right now. So this is the image that we built with the tool that shows clearly the transition between the organizations. Every circle is an agency, and every path is the route that a citizen takes physically or online from one point to the other. So that distance that we hasten digitally that is hard to see within the organization is what we need to fulfill. And that paradigm shift, that is, not to have an hour looking, but to be in the shoes of the citizen, is what Estonia has done. Estonia successfully provided this standard of living to citizens. And you will see what e-government or smart government is intangible, sensible, and proactive. Why is it invisible? Because I don't need to do any paperwork. There's a paradigm shift of what I have to do. Sensible because he knows what can be done, and it's proactive because I receive it before any claims. There were three things that we cannot do it digitally in Estonia. It was marry somebody, divorce, or buying a house. Right now, they are able to solve buying property, but historically there are two elements that can be done online or physically. That is to marry and to get a divorce. It's a tradition, so it's not going to be eradicated right now. But what's behind, what is underlying this model? Because sometimes you can see technology, you can see screens, applications, and services. But what is underlying that paradigm shift that Estonia has made? And they talk about paperwork-free citizens. So basically, we achieve what we intend to do if we have paperwork free or online paperwork. But however, if we see that this is free of paperwork, this is different, then we have to approach it in new ways. Now, the path they take, of the course they set, regardless of what is being done today, what is being done is to connect with others. So the first thing that I do is interoperability, interconnectivity. Second, I solve or I digitalize that path or that transition that I showed a few minutes ago, and this is the entanglement that needs to be solved, not within the organization. The organization can work on paper, however, the impact is to take that path or that transition that the citizen has to make. However, if I solve the transition, that will require the collaboration of many organizations. If I'm able to digitalize that over an app, the only thing that is left is to see what I have to do internally to provide those services in more efficiently and better. So the route changes. Instead of overwhelming that guy with different models of interaction, what I'm doing is to have a single model of interactivity, and later we're going to address how we use that. And the different organizations and agencies interoperating in order to solve the paperwork that he has to file. That difference is a matter of the way we're trying to solve the solution and how we are going to go about that solution. However, if we want to delve into these models, the old paradigm shift or the old paradigm of paperwork, bureaucracy, red tape at the office transitions to the web, that is e-government, and then no paperwork, like the example of Estonia, in the invincible way, and they are in another learning curve, and those are digital servants or public officials over the internet. Let's see what kind of support changes. In the digital arena, there's no wallpaper. In the invisible world, there are no documents or files either. And in the smart world, there are no apps or portals any longer. As you can see, the technical supports are disappearing. Everybody's here. However, Estonia is ahead of all governments. Let's see what makes this model possible in Estonia. So the route that we take is what I showed before, all these steps. First, we start with isolated system in silos. Then we connect the silos. That means that they talk to each other without disturbing anybody to request things. And then we start coordination, articulating the activities that they need to carry out, that is moments of life, what they do on their daily lives, that it needs to be solved by the articulation of multiple organizations. And then artificial intelligence or AI solving all these steps in the background. The beauty of this is to summarize all things that we can understand, very complex technology that is underlying, but the guiding principles or the beacon that shows this kind of demonstration are many. However, there are three pillars that are important for Latin America. The first one is the principle of once only. I'm sure that you heard about this principle. It's one of the most popular and most of the developed concepts. Once only means that if there's an organization that data resides in one place, you shouldn't request it because that agency can interact digitally with you and prevent you from requesting it again. So you have the demise of not controlling or not requirements, but the demise of this transition or papers because this can be verified without disturbing any citizens. The second principle is very disruptive, and these are proactive processes. The idea that there's a convergence of many organizations serving citizens. And then open interface, technologically speaking, it may be more complex by developers, allows people that my development can be used by others, but not subject to open source or adding new functionalities or features, but regardless of the technology that we use or language or programming language, apart from the user's interface, I'm going to use an API, a web service, so somebody can continue adding, combining, or merging services from different organizations. Later on, we are going to see this. This is a privately held company that created these features or apps and portals that facilitates to solve things for citizens proactively, okay? So you buy a car and you go to the car dealers. You need to get the insurance policy. You go to City Hall to get your license plate. So imagine all the stakeholders facilitating the time when you buy the car, when you make the purchase. The same when you're born. Certificate of birth. When you are born in Estonia, the medical doctor, regardless of the system or regardless of the application, is required by law to communicate with the civil registrar. And he tells, okay, out of this parent, mother or father, you have this child. This child is born, has no ID, no name, but this baby was born. And he's going to have an ID in the civil registrar, and that is going to ask what the name is going to be, and they have 30 days to name the baby. And at the same time, it's going to warn proactively other stakeholders, like social care, and then healthcare system or whatever, and if they share the same healthcare insurance, I'm sure that that is going to be associated to the baby. If not, they're going to request what health insurance you want, and it's going to tell the families that there's a newborn. And that school that are close to the radio, that family, are going to request the family if in 4 or 5 years' time they will have residence in the same domicile because they are going to book that vacancy. So knowing full well how much information you need, how you use this selectively of what is going on in real time or in real life, even school becomes well planned despite the dynamics of the population. So imagine how disruptive this is and how many algorithms are involved in this process. The same goes for a factory, the same goes for prescription or anything. The difference lies that there's no single strategy or digital prescription. There are many stakeholders having their own systems talking to each other. So it's digital proximity, avoiding any interfaces. So if you travel to Estonia and you have to develop a startup, the best thing you can do is to understand that environment and to see what the problem is there, because there are unsolved problems, and probably you can come up with a problem that it could be a DPM or a smart contract, that by joining the APIs that are existing and consulting to the data that you can request and that you are registering, and you come up with a rationale that can solve the problem that you're raising. And the logic is, for example, drivers are required. There are many drivers in Estonia, since there are icy roads, like for example in Tallinn. So there are services that require people to get on board a digital device or service that tells you 30 meters in advance what is the likelihood of skidding or crashing on the corner. So imagine, given my driving history, that I offer that to the application to help me out, and knowing the weather, what the weather is like, the statistics of traffic, gathering that information algorithm can tell me you better brake here because there's a likelihood, 80% likelihood to crash your car. So open interfaces are great regardless of the portal. What is the unique portal that you know? There's no unique portal in Argentina because nobody can build that. Because the person is going to build his or her own portal. But the easy thing is integration. Here, this is one by a private company and one made by the state. They have all the services. I can go to my medical record, and here I go to the same medical record because the services that are underneath or underlying belong to the same stakeholders that they are opening those files to be extensive. The same thing with the digital assistance of AI. Imagine that there's a driver solution that is called Bureaucrat. Bureaucrat or CRAT is an assistant for farming. And they have used this and they transitioned that to artificial intelligence. So imagine that we can speak of 120 services or paperwork that one can do that are totally assisted through AI. So I can speak with an interface that could be Alexa, Google, Siri. There were players that were challenged during the 2020 by Estonia to interoperate on top of their structure topology. And we can request our digital assistant, and that assistant is going to construe or interpret and understand a generic question. Is it going to rain? What's the weather like? How do I renew the passport I lost? New issues of the passport and have geolocalization. And this is done between Estonia and Finland. If I'm in Finland and I come from Estonia, I'm going to have other stakeholders. However, we are going to end up in that interoperability platform that dates back to 2001. I bring to the table something that I believe is totally invisible but highly critical, and everything that is coming in terms of AI, big data, metaverse, and blockchain, I believe that is stagnated because it has like a handbrake, because there's no enough interoperability. And there's something that is positive about Estonia is that they have massive interoperability. It's not the most advanced country in terms of technology. However, it is the one that has the most interoperability, accounting to 97% of that interoperability. That means that only 3% of the data that is new, that is being created, are uploaded by manually by people over a portal. The rest is being moved digitally among the servers in private or in public hands, even the banking system. So this quote about digital distancing is going to be reinforced as an idea, and we need to think how we are going to overcome the challenge because it's an issue of paradigm, not of technology. Interconnected systems should be interconnected like this. The problem of the internet is not designed to be safe, but to communicate systems, and that it is successful. Estonia adds a layer, a tier on top of it. So what I'm going to discuss, it's the next tier of the internet. To be on top of that, they use the topology that is a four-corner topology. When they trace back to 2001, there was no name for it. And it was a fad to have the three-corner ones. So imagine that they're 20 years more advanced than the rest of the world. The two-corner ones is when I have an interface with the other systems. And we know full well that it has an exponential process because the more problems or the more systems I connect and I need to talk to wherever is connected, the growth of interfaces is exponential. So it's not feasible. And that has been one of the limitations for developing digital applications across the world. Dating back to the 90s, by the end of the 90s, there's an emergence of the SOA architecture, and then you have interoperability bus services. Now, this mechanism prevents that exponential growth and allows elements to be connected more simply at once, and they create two problems: a point of failure, and second, a loss of control of the ownership of information. I was the owner here and I had the right to enter whatever computer. Here, there's an interoperability bus that is going to prevent the access to that information. And then you have the four-corner one. I believe that internet is a four-corner system where you have communication through nodes, and there's no direct communication, so there's a node communication that maintains the standards. And that node runs over the open internet, so the internet channel is the one that facilitates that thousands of millions of nodes are interconnected and that talk to each other. We maintain the control in every stakeholder, and the interface or the work that is being done for adapting is one for every participant. It's like speaking a language of some other, or if I have to speak Chinese, Greek, Spanish, or whatever, or we can learn by default a language just like English, and we know that we can converge in English and we can understand each other. This is the advantage of the four-corner model, and Estonia dates back to this model back in 2001, so it's called X-Road. And they add a security tier or layer that is easy to use and packet it over the open internet that we discussed before. How do they add that? Through KPI certificates and the timestamps in order to certify the time when these transactions are made. Why is that? Because to make this possible and to open and connect my systems in such a way that I do it globally with others, that I have to connect because I need to connect to other servers and somebody can see my data, so I am the one that will allow others to have access to my data. So the need is to use data from multiple stakeholders with security and reliability. And Estonia puts in the four-corner model the 5 pillars. One is trust through digital identity, asymmetrical certificates, and security, safe, secure exchanges to sign digitally, to authenticate, universal protocols. They are able to impact not as much as possible, like SOAR, REST. It's totally transparent, and we are proving that any other protocol that is being developed is not being affected by this component. So anybody could use what is using today. Ownership responsibility. I own the data. I am the one that decides who sees my data or not. I am speaking of legal persons, not individuals, and that is verifiable. So the exchange of information that is done over a secure layer could be registered in such a way so that nobody can tamper with that medical record of who talked to whom, and this becomes binding as a document. There are laws in Argentina that provide the non-repudiation to those exchanges that have done in this way. So to conclude my remarks and for you to have an idea of what Xroad is, it's like a digital container. So we may think that globalization is not the internet, even though we are in the internet governance school, but it's because of this standardized container made of tin that allow us to carry things from one place to another in a safe way. X-Road is widely known by the United Nations as a public good, digital public good, and there are no counter effects or counter indications, and it can be used freely. This is dating back to 2020, and this is the major deployment across the world. There are 16% of the countries across the world, as a matter of fact, have deployed X-Road. When you go over 16%, there's a valley of depth here in the adoption curve. Let's see what happens over the years. But I believe that this is going to be subject to exponential growth. The N is created by the Nordic Institute of Interoperability as the one that fund this in order to improve the technology. The ones that have the N are members of the institute, but they make no contributions, and the one with the cross or crosses are under production. We have Argentina, for example. These are the ones that are operating in Brazil, in Mexico, and in some other parts of Latin America. This is used by Israel, by Palestine, and this is not communicated. Estonia and Finland are federated, and we can go with data from one place to another with total control and freedom. The same thing with Japan. Germany uses that, not the public part or the public sector, because they have used interoperability and it's very costly to make changes, but the private health sector uses that in Germany. So there are many stakeholders that are using it. Brian, let me focus on what's going on in Argentina, because as a matter of fact, this was the purpose of this talk. Let me address the first stakeholder that used the four-corner model for interoperability is Neuquén, dating back to 2008-9, as of the case or the experience of Estonia, as it was a closed system software with the Sabatus triangle. The University of Cobao and my organization and the province of Neuquén developed a clone. And by cloning, we started developing things. And with non-technology elements is what we added for this to work. When Estonia and Finland in 2016 released the X-Road code and signed an agreement, we replaced our vehicle of interoperability by the Ferrari that they have kept their patent, so to speak, for 20 years. This is what needs to be solved in any kind of state-owned model, sharing data or queries. Sometimes it's not data. Sometimes I know to know if there's a query, if there's a data in that, or it's blacklisted. So I need to know to share the queries from the source, from those that produce the data. There are other sources, but data are not technology in nature. They're highly representatives of the reality, and there's a distance between data and reality is not good. And the copies of data, they break the quality of information. So to find the data in that source that is produced is key, and we can do it in real time. And then we can have an inter-organizational cross-functional process in order to serve or to understand the citizen, and then to get rid of the APIs and services to build smart applications. In 2013 and in 2014, by the end of 2014, we hired IRAM, the ISO's Institute of Argentina, to create an ISO standard. So in Neuquén, every software that is added to the public sector could be certifiable under the ISO standards in Argentina. So there was an emergency of some clusters to share data and that are supplementary and to release and to build on top of those services. And you have the integrability service or model and the ecosystem model. Neuquén even runs the Estonian product, the extract over a Raspberry. We even have an ISP that offers as part of the internet service. So at home, I can even include this security layer. The security layer of the leader of the leading countries of NATO, that is Estonia, can be applied to the Internet of Things elements that I have at home, the IoT, and the gateway is that one. So I have a camera that is aiming at the server, and I have a lamp that is intelligent, that is smart, that is on by itself, it's automatic. And can be solved by the Internet of Things. In 2020, and I believe that we had a tailwind that favored this development, this was very interesting for Neuquén. We created a working group with at the national level, and we turned it the IRAM number 14 or 17,610 into an international ISO standard. So this is the final standard of how we create ecosystems or digital systems and what it takes to operate. This is the core of the standard. Is based on what Neuquén drafted, and in 2017 what the European Union has drafted. We have the technical part where X-Road solves everything. The semantics also that has to do with the topics, whether it is health, HL7, if we're speaking about bandwidth, oil, gas. If we're talking about blockchain, digital distancing because of the COVID-19 pandemic, or e-commerce, I mean, please do not create a new semantic because you're going to waste time. I mean, whatever topic there is, you will find a working group that works on that. The problem with the working groups is they focus on the semantics, which is fundamental and is good. But when you go to the technical layer, each one of them creates their own security system. So we have the miscellaneous security layers. So if I use health, I have health standard. For blockchain, I have financial. If I use banking systems, I have another security layer. So the standard intends that we all work under the same security level, regardless of the level, but they have to be shared. Organizational means create and share data, create services and processes. There are not so many clear rules. I mean, there are vacant rules. I mean, we extrapolated the Estonia model and we took it to Neuquén, and then legislation of the province of Neuquén that needs to be complied with or fulfilled, regardless of the law, whether it is future or present. It needs to be complied with, it needs to be supported from the organization point of view. It needs requires semantics, and the standard of technology that needs to be used should be supported. If it's not supported by lower layers, evidently I will have a problem or a challenge. In 2020, through COFEFUP, that is a Public Function Commission, we started creating a movement at the federal level because the model had to respect the actual power. If I have a centralized system in a federal country, it makes no sense because I'm going to break not technology. It's a matter of power of who owns who or who owns what. So this has to be at the federal level. So in the COFEFUP, even Argentina offered the possibility of connecting cloning X-Road, that is the MCI, that could be federated with X-Road systems, that is in Argentina, as we're going to see in many other locations. Today, Argentina is under this situation. We start with X-Road, with the cloning, through different phases, and we have this law that provides other elements and provides the non-repudiation law to the exchange of data, which is probatory. It's a binding document every query that I make in the systems. Based on this strategy with the governance methodology that would be good to analyze it for internet governance, that for now is being used for this purpose, we got Chaco in a period of 11 months to make baby steps and to have the first ecosystem. It's not that it was going to be complex. The ecosystem grows by itself as any other living organism. It's like a baby with all the complexity of human beings. So that had to be present in the cells or in the DNA to evolve. In 6 months, this evolved, and then we created the one in Catamarca. These are babies. They're not walking, they're toddling, they're connecting things, and these are users cases that are being connected. In Neuquén, it's in having teenage problems, and by year end, we're completing Mendoza and the city of Buenos Aires. And these are two important cases with a level of complexity and context that is much broader to the ones that we have addressed before. And there are 4 additional provinces that are about to start in 2023 with this project. So as you can see, regardless of the model is that every province could have their own system, and then there's a federation with the different provinces. And with Argentina, we have the ISO standard locally, and Argentina integrating the provinces with X-Road and with other countries of Latin America that are being used this. And here we have the map of Argentina and Chile. There's an initiative underway that is very conflictive, and you have the Andean Bridge. So, in between the borders between Mendoza and Chile, for example, you could transfer goods from one place to another, from one location in just one day, in hours, and not what it takes now, that is 6 or 7 days, because of all the digital distancing. To give you an idea, in Mendoza, in Libertadoras, that we shared that with Chile, which is a physical merger, there's a servers room where they have 7 servers, one for every public organization, for Chile and for Argentina, that interoperate with all the data that is being transferred and with all the trucks that go from one country to another. And the only thing that they have in common is the air conditioner and power. The rest of the data that are being transferred one server to another are done manually through a window. So that takes forever, and this handover is not done so efficiently. Then we have Colombia, that's that by default, by law. They were not able to overcome the technological challenges, however, they will do so. El Salvador has X-Road. They haven't solved and they haven't been successful technology. Mexico has 1.5 states with X-Road, Brazil 2. Argentina 5, Brazil 2, Mexico 1.5. Panama is seeing how they are going to implement it. The same goes for Costa Rica. Ecuador is still wondering if it's convenient to leave aside some interoperability conventional model and to go to X-Road, to migrate to X-Road. But however, the learning that we take from Estonia is not to change what works, is to set aside what works as it is and to connect on the corners, because Uruguay is one of the most advanced countries and it's not planning to change the interoperability model by another one or by a new one, but is thinking to use X-Road for international trade. So I add to the quote of Gunter Pelly, who is the creator of the blue economy. Says if Latin America worked comprehensively, it would be a power that would be superior to China. And he does that referring to the area that is half of the area that we have in Latin America, and the population, which accounts for double in China. So it doubles the number of people that live in Latin America. So interestingly enough, What I was telling you about is that this interoperability that is cross-border has to do with connecting one or two countries. And then we have the GA network, and they are working along the lines towards this successful experience. The takeaway is that we need coexistence of networks that are digital, open, and extensible to have a digital ecosystem where everybody can innovate, reusing, supplementing, and combining emerging solutions of different technologies and providers without fearing blockage or any blockade, obsolescence, or initiatives without any future. And this is what discussed in the previous panel. By sharing information, I always close with this cartoon by Kino that shows the paradigm shift. On top, you have the citizens waiting in line with the public official. And down below, you have all the public officials to wait on a citizen. This paradigm shift cannot be done with the physical paper technology. However, it is possible, unlikely, with the digital technology. The only thing that we can do is to shift the paradigm. I mean, we cannot do everything. We have to do a part and integrate it to others. And trust is attained when that is provided by the ecosystem, by the context, by the environment. That is not internet, it's just an additional tier, an additional security layer that it could be X-Road or other options or four-corner models. And this is one that provides that trust that will facilitate progress. Thank you very much. Gustavo, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope that we have time for some questions. That was an amazing presentation. I think it's left us a little bit speechless, really, all this new stuff. I do have a couple of questions for you, if you have a couple of minutes more. I wanted to welcome Anabel Cisneros, who's finally joined us. She's the director of ARSAT. She couldn't join us before, but I did want to welcome her now. Hi, Annabelle. We wanted to hear from you, if possible. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. Sorry, I'm late. Today we had a board meeting with the CONAP. And in the background, you can see a picture of the model of our satellite. So thank you for inviting me. I did have a presentation to share with you. I don't know if there is any time to share with you some of the issues. I wanted to talk about connectivity in Argentina. Do you have 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, yeah, I promise, 5 minutes. That's going to be very swift. I want to share my screen. The presentation was probably going to be a little bit longer, but the fact is that, well, I tell you what, we're going to look at the most important issues which have to do with infrastructure and connectivity. I'll leave you the video about what internet is, because sometimes when we talk about connectivity, we associate connectivity with internet, which is logical, but there are some differences between one and the other. Internet is a network of networks which connects us all, and connectivity is more of a holistic issue. So I'll leave you the address of that video, and I'm going to move on to the targets at global level. And then I'll tell you what's happening in the region and in Argentina. These are the aspirational targets established by the International Telecommunications Union, which is in charge of regulation of telecommunications around the world. And they've set these targets, which are truly aspirational, as they're very broad. One of them is, for instance, is to ensure that 100% of fixed broadband subscriptions be over 10 megabytes per second, and that the minimum download speed in schools and in educational institutionals be 20 megabytes per second, that the minimum download speed available for each student be of 50 kilobytes per second, and that the minimum data allowance for every school be of 200 gigabytes. So these are the targets established by the UTI. This is what's now I'm going to tell you what's happening in the region with regard to these targets. These are some data from around the world, but let's take a closer look at the region. Now, when we talk about connectivity, we're talking about access to internet in homes, residential areas, and that's the first difference between connectivity and access to internet. How we access that network. And when we talk about connectivity, we're talking about homes that are connected on fixed internet. These can be fixed connections, or they can be mobile, they can be Wi-Fi. Depends on the Wi-Fi technology. They can even be satellite connections. But the idea of talking about real access to internet has to do with a fixed network. And this doesn't have to do with the numbers of people or mobile devices. Now, what I wanted to show you was how Argentina is positioned vis-à-vis the rest of the region. As we can see, it's doing quite well, 66%. But the reality is that when we talk about 66% connectivity, we are implicitly talking about the fact that 34% of our population does not have access to internet. So in terms of the region, it looks like we're quite good, but in real terms, we're not doing so well. And we're very far from complying with those aspirational targets as set by the Telecommunications Union. Now, what's happening in Argentina? As we can see, in the fourth quarter of last year, moving away from the pandemic, which modified all of these datas and the percentages. In the fourth quarter of 2021, 64% of urban homes have access to a computer. That means a device, a PC, if you like. 90.4% have access to internet. So this seems, on the surface of it, to be a very good percentage of it. These data are collected by the INDEC, and they show that 88 of each 100 people have access to a telephone, a cell phone, and 87 of each 100 use internet. Now, other numbers which we've gathered have to do with the fact that in the second quarter of 2022, there were nearly 8 million access points to fixed internet. That means 8 million homes. In real terms, this meant an increase of 1.3% compared with the second quarter of 2021. Now, when we talk about penetration among homes, we're talking about access per 100 homes. And one of the things I want to show you here is how this has risen in our country. If you look at the difference between January, the first quarter of 2018, to the first quarter of this year, the percentage has increased considerably. But we're still quite far from the aspirational target set by the International Telecommunications Union. Now, if we dive deep into the 63% of Argentina's representation in the region, we can see where the gaps are. We're looking at the differences between provinces such as Córdoba and La Pampa, which are those which have the highest connectivity levels or highest access to fixed internet. These data reflect the first quarter of 2022. You can see how access to internet in each province also reveals a digital gap, particularly between the north and the south and the center of the country. The city of Buenos Aires has 117%. There are more accesses than homes, which means that there is more than one access to internet in some of the homes, which is in stark difference to what's going on in other provinces. There are three numbers which are marked in red, which have the highest connectivity levels, such as the one with the highest connectivity is La Pampa, and the lowest one, which is in Formosa, which isn't 35%. That means that 70 out of 100 homes do not have access to any form of internet, which means it's extremely far from the target. Now, that's pretty impressive, and it speaks volumes about the digital gap, particularly as regards connectivity. Then I have some other numbers I wanted to share with you that explain that why, when we're talking about connectivity, we're talking about different ways of accessing internet. I will be sharing this presentation with you so that you can take your time over it and look at the different Wi-Fi systems and see that the role that they play, as well as the management of the radio frequencies, which enable us to communicate. Well, fiber optics, for instance, when we talk about cabled or wired networks, we're talking about different kinds of connectivity, and fiber optics is the most efficient one today. And I also have a short video on how the satellite communication systems function. So you can take a deeper look at that. I'm also going to leave you some figures as a conclusion. Obviously, lots of stuff I would like to show you, but I just don't have time in this 5 minutes, obviously, and you will have a lot of questions as well, particularly for Gustavo and Matias, who spoke before I did. So I just wanted to close with these numbers, which tell us a little bit about what's really happening in this country. Over 59% of fixed internet connections are over 30 megabytes per second. But look at that digital gap. There are still in our country connections of 512 kilobytes per second, or 1 mega, which is really low considering what applications need these days and the kind of access levels that we've become used to. And also, you'll see that although the left-hand side chart shows that there's been growth from 2018 to 2022, particularly the evolution of connections using fiber optics, we can see how the older analog connections have been decreasing in use, just as ASL. We've also seen a growth in modem or HCC technologies, which are being used by larger companies, particularly those audiovisual companies, for instance, which migrated to become ITC or internet companies. Now you can see that the Wi-Fi connections in our country, although There are obviously huge numbers of these, particularly in the areas of more difficult access and suburban areas. It's the line at the bottom, the green line there, is actually remains more or less stable. And this shows us that although this technology is still popular, it hasn't grown very much. We're seeing greater investments in other kinds of technology, such as fiber optics. Here we can see, for instance, the growth in different access technologies and some conclusions about the distribution of resources, speeds, and there are obviously lots more numbers to be shared with you about how all of this breaks down. But I know that we're very much up against the clock. So I'm going to hand the mic back to you. And thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to share with you very briefly what the situation is with internet and connectivity in Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Annabelle. And thank you for keeping it brief. Sometimes the whole timing issues tends to make life complicated. Our schedule is very tight. Gustavo, we wanted you to hang around because we had some questions for you. But sadly, we really are running out of time. If there are any questions, because what Gustavo you were talking about was really gave us a lot of food for thought. Lots of ideas there. We'll probably be forwarding questions to you from our participants, and perhaps you can answer them in greater detail. Thank you to both of you once again. I'm sorry to cut this short this way, but really we have no option. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gustavo. It was really impressive. I really want all the things that you were talking about. The other day, my son was saying, look, it's all integrated. Look, you just have to go to one place now, and that's all. I suppose that this is a learning process, isn't it? And it'll take some time for us to integrate things. Anna, it was nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a while now. I'm so sorry that we had to ask you to be brief, and I'm sorry that we don't get to ask you all these questions, but we have to move on to our last panelist. Big hugs and kisses from Buenos Aires. Please don't forget to share our presentations so we can send them to our participants. Thank you very much. Dear students, please don't go away. Do we have Marcos with us? I want to tell you a little bit about Marcos. It's very important. Let me leave you with Marcos. Round of applause for Patricio. Thank you, Patricio. Please log on to his courses. Marcos Allende Lopez has a very important role to play. Oh, there you are, Marcos. I was just presenting to you. He has a very important role to play in the Inter-American Development Bank. He's been developing a blockchain with LACNIC. It's called LACchain. Is that right? Marcos's CV is on the webpage, and he's been kind enough to give us a little bit of time on his very busy agenda. We have students with us in the room today and another 100 who are following us online, not only from Latin America, but also from Kenya, Tanzania, Asia, Italy. So the fact that this is a hybrid event and that there is interpretation means that we can expand our horizons. Sorry about the changes to timetable. That is one of the problems of the hybrid setup. So thank you for being flexible. Over to you. Welcome. Thank you very much. It really is a pleasure. as you say, hybrid world has its advantages too, because even though I wasn't able to travel to join you at this lovely event, I do have the opportunity to share with you in remote fashion, which is great. So, hello to everybody. I'm sure that you're finding this all to be very interesting, and I hope that what I have to say will give you some value. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I do have a presentation. Just confirm we have half an hour, is that right? If you do need more time, that's fine. I think it's your limits, right? That your timing that is an issue. I think we can cover everything in half an hour. And obviously, if there are any questions afterwards, I'd be delighted to answer them. So, from my end, as I was saying, I am Marcos Allende. I work in the Inter-American Development Bank. Been there since 2017, when I started to head up the blockchain area, which they were working on then. From the technology department, my job is to support experts from different operational areas such as education, health, transport, labor market, energy, and so forth, and to bring them into blockchain-related technologies such as sovereignty, tokenization, in smart data, and so forth. And I've been working to incorporate them into the projects. We currently have 20 of those which are using blockchain. And then in 2018, after using different blockchain networks for these projects, we were using cryptocurrencies like Bitcoins, Ethereum, and what we came to the understanding that most of these have a lot of limitations and they weren't scalable. The crypto networks had high transactional costs and did not offer sufficient support guarantees or sufficient sustainability or options for collaboration. So we decided to create our own program to build a blockchain ecosystem in the region and create a blockchain network which was able to offer the right kind of infrastructure or the right kind of blockchain registration for the projects underway in the region, both those financed by the BID and the IDB and those that aren't. Today, we're looking at the fact that this is the most widely used blockchain in the world is LACchain. There are over 100 different entities using it and 60 projects underway. So without further ado, I am going to share my presentation and tell you a little bit more about this. Okay. I put my presentation in English because I didn't know if there was going to be translation. So I'm speaking in Spanish, but the slides are in English. In addition to telling you about LACchain and the different projects that we're running, I would like to start by telling you about our vision for what's coming in terms of the new generation of internet platforms and applications. We've been talking about internet a lot in the last few years, but now I want to talk about our vision in terms of the future. The first thing I wanted to share with you is this slide where we can see that we are embarking upon a new age which contains new assets, new wallets, they're digital. We can see that people are beginning to develop different projects in Uruguay and Argentina. We're working on things for the private sector, and NFTs have absolutely taken off. This was a market that started off with the 300 million has gone to 5 billion, as you can see there. In the city of Buenos Aires, they announced that they were going to use blockchain for digital education. The European Union is working to create a laboratory on digital identity. We've built networks for COVID certifications, which are using blockchain technology. RNP in Brazil is also using blockchain. Being major companies like Feedback and Google, Ethernet, and others are making efforts to incorporate blockchains in different aspects. Obviously, we've seen a lot of work there by the metaverse. So we're seeing a trend in terms of how digital transactions are developing. Right. Now, when we talk about digital assets, what do we mean? In our vision of this new generation of tools, which we're calling Apple 3, which we'll talk about in a little while, this new generation of applications and platforms is a new element which changes the way in which we interact with internet and indeed with each other. And this is the digital wallet. They're called digital wallets, but actually they're repositories of information and mobile apps which enable us to control all the data and information which we manage digitally, and enables us to produce a series of credentials within that wallet which enable us to universally present all kinds of credentials, whether these are for education or transport, for health, corporate cards, and so on and so forth. And we can present these anywhere, in any part of the world. If you think about it, anybody who has had to go through the tedious process of getting a university degree or some credential or get your passport renewed, it's really quite tedious and drawn out. Whether you need to get diplomas, anything that requires an aspect of testifying to different achievements. Now, the fact that they can have digital format and comply with a number of different standards, that means that they can be used at global level, is fantastic. There is a World Wide Web consortium which has created this verifiable credential system, and it means that this new set of credentials share similarities in semantic terms, and it means that they can be presented and verified in any part of the world. Then we'll be looking at some of the projects that we're doing in the region. The main advantage of using blockchain is that although the credential is in our wallet, we can present it to anybody, and that person can check that the emitter of that wallet, whether it's a university or an authorized medical center, they can check with them to make sure that this is genuine and authentic. We check whether the emitter is authentic, and we look at the lists. There is also a new generation of ownership tokens. These are security tokens. The idea is that everything that you buy or rent, and if you want to sell it in a secondary market, will also have digital representation, like cars or electrodomestics or even clothes, physical or virtual, because in the metaverse we're talking about digital clothes as well. There are already many versions floating around for bonds, and the idea is that all of this is represented by a token. You keep it in your digital wallet. It's part of a blockchain, and when you want to transfer the ownership of, say, a car or an apartment, which is currently an extremely tedious process, and then there's always this business, you're going to pay me before or after I sign the writ. All of that is simplified by blockchain, and payment systems are also represented by blockchains. Payment versus delivery, everything happens in real time, and using smart contact, which enables us to send to to get over any form of inefficiency or the problems or even problems with falsification. We're also coming up with utility tokens. Now, security tokens represent a value. Utility tokens have a concrete value in a specific environment. For instance, digital coupons like miles, like air miles from an airline. Those are utility tokens because you can only use them with that specific airline. But imagine if there were multinational airlines, or even if the airlines themselves created these tokens, these air miles in the form of tokens. So, like you could have an international supermarket. You could buy $20 of credit from a US to supermarket, and actually you could send them to somebody else so that they could be used in a supermarket in another country, and then you avoid the entirely tedious process that we know all too well in Argentina of getting remittances from people in other country. You have to go and pick it up and you exchange that for goods. Now, if you could have a tokenized asset within from the same entity, like an international supermarket or an international airline, that would overcome many inefficiencies which we currently face. And there will also be a new generation of digital money. The financial markets are changing. Ben for International Servant, which is the central bank of central banks, was saying that 1 in 10 of central banks are considering producing tokens for the central banks, and this is something they're looking at the short term. Now, cryptocurrencies were tokenized monies, and this is going to be taken on board by central banks and also to be used by fintechs and commercial banks, which will fill out this new generation of crypto assets, which, as I said, will be filling our digital wallets. Tokens live in blockchains. We have credentials, verifiable credentials, which you can keep in digital wallets as well, and they can also be checked. You've probably seen this image, which tells us a little bit about how the web developed. Web version 1, that was that first generation of applications, basic web pages, where you could look things up. And then we invented HTML for IBM, and that opened the door. Python enabled us to start looking at interoperability between different websites. There was this global network of computers that were connected. Then there was web version 2, which was more about the exchange of information, and platforms started to benefit from data consumption and offer different kinds of customized services for different business models. And these are the kinds of applications that we were working on until the appearance of Web3. This is an entirely new concept of web. It's a semantic web. You can individualize content and use blockchain for verifiability and interaction, particularly to check information. And then, of course, business about digital wallets. For me, Web3 is a combination of AI, digital wallets, and blockchain so that we can exchange information and check it in real time. Digital wallets also play a key role for enabling us to authenticate our identity on websites. At the moment, we have to remember all these different kinds of passwords and usernames. All will use a passmaster, but when you have a digital wallet, you can simply scan a QR and quickly access the web page. And all that identity information that we use is firmly kept in our wallet. So, following this short introduction of our vision, I want to tell you a little bit more about LACChain and how it's about a global alliance to take advantage of the Web3. We started this in 2018, 2019. The IADB is working on blockchain in the region. And about a year ago, the BID Lab started working with LACNIC and the Clara network, which are well known here. In fact, Oscar Robles and the president of Red Clara have been speakers at the forum. And what we've done is build an independent vehicle, which is LACNet. It stands for Latin American and Caribbean and chain. And then red is because of network. We've created LACNet as well. LACNet.LACChain.net, and there you will find all the information about the vehicle we've built to offer the LACChain infrastructure to the region. And it has all the information and open source, open code information that you need. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about LACChain in terms of numbers. We have over 750 different entities in the ecosystem and over 60 projects, non-crypto projects, as I said. We have removed cryptocurrencies from the blockchain, so that all the projects that we're working with, mostly editing, border, identity, transparency of public procurement, all of these are some of the projects that we're working in this 60. We have 4 blockchain networks, and we also have a couple of other networks for streaming projects, and we're working on a new bond for the blockchain, which we're launching with the Central Bank of Colombia. And more than 40 of these 60 projects have some sort of social impact. They're about inclusion. Currently, we have nearly 200, not 94, nodes deployed on the network. Each entity that joins develops its own node. And we've got some 200 nodes operated by over 100 different entities, governments, enterprises, private sector, banks, academia, multilateral organizations. The IATB is also using it. So this is a snapshot of the regional network, HESNet, which is the one where we have the most entities. We have 93 organizations. You can see this large blob here on the east coast of the United States. As you know, when you use cloud servers, we use the east coast of the US. There are lots of entities in the in Latin America, which are using US-based services such as Google or Amazon. We have a lot of entities also operating independently of these. Now, what are the main features of this network? It's a layer 1 for Web3. It's a specialized network in enterprise solutions. There are no transactional costs, merely membership costs, which tend to eliminate costs. The idea is to focus on major impact projects. Before, in Ethereum, you had to pay $5 or $10 every time you registered information in blockchain, but Bitcoin was very similar. So obviously, it was inviable for the public sector to do this. But with LACChain, there are no transaction costs. So this aspect disappears. Everything we do is open source code. There's a layer 1 technology and tools for developers. The technical features is a hyperlayer vessel. It's specialized in permissioned networks with a protocol that we've complemented. Our network has been internationally recognized by different entities. ITU, which is the Telecommunications Union, a UN organization, has recognized our infrastructures and one of the top 14 architectures. There it is in red. And ISO, which is the standardization organization, has also recognized several aspects of what we do, digital identity, and the framework of the network, taxonomy, and governance. And more recently, we've also been recognized by the another organization, and we've been working together in the blockchain world. We've also received recognition from ETSI and several multilateral organizations. If you want to know more about what we're doing with blockchain, here are a number of different publications that we recommend that you can find on our webpage, the IADB webpage. Check out the ones that you find most interesting. And now I want to tell you about some specific projects. We've issued the first blockchain digital bonds in Spain and in Colombia. Now, what advantages do these offer? Well, today, when someone issues a bond or any kind of security, you have to register this in the blockchain in the central securities deposit in the relevant jurisdiction. So each sales purchase of a bond on the primary or secondary market requires the exchange to be updated, and then the exchange of payment of or about for the bond or security has to be registered too. It's something that takes a long time, involves manual processes, and can often get stalled, which means that very often you'll find that the money is not available, the payment hasn't been registered. So the idea is to turn this into 2 tokens, which enable you to do this in real time using a QR code, thus saving huge amounts of time and overcoming all the traditional inefficiencies in the post-trade world. In terms of traceability, it's extremely useful. We've been seeing some very interesting projects in Peru with alpaca and sugar in Belize. The problem was that consumers couldn't verify anything about the origin and the quality of the products. And now blockchain is storing all the information on the product from producer to sales, including transport. All of that goes into the blockchain. I'm not saying that you might not upload false information or false data. Information can also be manipulated in order to upload false information. The thing is that when an audit uncovers this fact, then those who took part in registering the false information lose their credibility and are regarded as not trustworthy. So there you have track records. Those who are known for telling the truth, because this allows you to create your reputation and build it up. Talking of reputation and trust, something that I think is very important are the COVID certificates. We've all seen how eventually the COVID certificates have problems with international recognition. For instance, in the United States, I live in Panama. I'm Spanish, so my certificate isn't recognized in Panama, and it's not recognized in Spain because I got it in the United States, and it's just actually a piece of paper. So some countries in Latin America and Europe are already using QR codes, but it's not a universal thing. The use of blockchain enables these to be universal, because when you scan a QR to check a vaccine or an ID or an educational document, what you really are checking are 3 or 4 things. The first, that this certificate was never modified. You can check that very easily with the QR code because it has a cryptographic and a digital signature, which means that you can check straight away it hasn't been modified. then you have to see that check that the person who's presenting is actually the person that this is about. You have to check that it's the right person. But there are two things that blockchain is particularly useful for. It means that whoever issued the diploma is authorized, like an authorized university or an authorized vaccination authority. That list of authorities is not available anyway, but blockchain enables each country to list these public authorities on blockchain, and which means that they can be checked. And then if there's any ID or any certificates that have been refused for any reason, then you can check that too with blockchain. So that somebody scans the QR, and when they check it, they will find that in fact this certificate has, for instance, it's no longer valid. So we're doing this with a number of countries in the area of education, and we're doing this as well with vaccination certificates and all kinds of other digital certificates. Talking about education, in regional area, we're working with Red Clara, and in the Caribbean, we're talking about CXC Block Certs, which enables digital diplomas for secondary school certs onwards. And then with the University of West Indies, which is one of the most important universities in the West Indies, the Chain project, Cadena project, enables real-time information exchange in the region, uses blockchain. And then with cross-border payments, we've enabled a program for border points so that they can work with e-money. And so far, these are the projects. Now, perhaps if you have any question. Oh, I just wanted to go into the quantum threat very quickly. As we look at the new era of applications and Kubernetes and Web3, it's very important to understand that there is a threat out there. The concept of quantum computing. This means that you can break internet cryptography and communications in a highly efficient way. The cryptography we use today is based on algorithms like RSA, which is based on the difficulty of matching numbers, or algorithms like elliptical curves or discrete algorithms. All of these algorithms allow two-step authentication. So for encryption and digital signatures, we use one of the two keys, and you can't find out with the others because you're dealing with classic computational abilities. Now, in 2016, they started building powerful quantum computers able to break many of the public key cryptosystems, which means that they could uncover your digital signature, or if you see an encrypted network communication, they could break that. Or if you could see a public blockchain, you could find out who it actually belonged to, with all of the implications that that has. This year, the NIST announced the first 4 quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms certified. It's called post-quantum cryptography. What we've done a couple of years ago was to start working on this. We've been following the process with NIST, and we were looking at the algorithms that were progressing, and we used one of the 4 that they were using to develop a cryptography layer over our blockchain, which would enable it to withstand quantum computing attacks. You can look at the publication if you wish. It's on our webpage for any of those who are interested in the scientific aspect. I think we're coming up to time here. Here are all kinds of links about different aspects that I've touched on. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me to talk to you today and give me the opportunity to share information about what we're doing.
Very interesting. I have like 50 questions. Are there any questions in the room? Do you have a few minutes left to take the questions? My name is Martin. I come from Brazil. Like a layman. Probably it's going to be a dumb question, but I would like to ask it anyway. The purpose of blockchain is to decentralize. However, how do you ensure, given the predominance of these corporations that produce this kind of technology? I haven't shown this slide, but it tells what the blockchains are. Blockchain is a technology. When you want to use blockchain, you need to define what blockchain you're going to be using. There's one internet. When you have to use blockchain, you have like 10,000 blockchain networks to connect to. So to select the right network, to rest assured that it's neutral and that it has a transactional trunk that is addressable, that it meets regulations accordingly, and it guarantees the technological quality. So we comply with the low transactional cost, neutrality that is offered by the guarantee to use this kind of technology. Some other networks offer other benefits, but not guarantees, probably. Now, when you're going to mount or platforms or apps on blockchain, there are some that decentralized things. Like for example, OpenSea. OpenSea is NFT's platform because it's a platform that is totally centralized, that is mounted on top of blockchain networks and where people can trade. So all these decentralized platform, is this transparent? Yes, at first it is. Since it is decentralized, I could manipulate the information that is being sent or received by blockchain when you query. So it's very important that when Web3 starts with a new generation, decentralized upload over decentralized blockchain networks, when you use that platform, you are going to be wondering if you rely on that platform or not. Believe it or not, it's not that the application that is interfacing or the one that is over blockchain is not going to guarantee trust, reliability, or transparency. My name is Marisa Espinosa and I come from Colombia. In connection with one of the initiatives that you propose is that you use cross-border payment. Does this apply to payment orders or any files? For example, when you do trading at the international level, in the case of shipping orders, payment orders, you have a payment order where you don't disburse the money to the seller until the merchandise arrives or is being shipped. The payment orders will be applicable for this methodology or it's not included. In the case of the payment orders, this was a pilot project that started a year ago with a specific purpose, and that was the IDB disbursements. The IDB makes more than 13,000 payments to suppliers or vendors. Each payment goes through intermediaries, intermediary banks with low and higher rates depending on the intermediary banks or their receiving payment terminal. From the IDB, we deposit our next amount of money in Citibank. So we created token over blockchain, and on this token we give it to suppliers. We tried some of them in the Dominican Republic. They had to reconvert tokens into local currency, and in practical terms or technologically wise, it worked. But to operate with this at the regional level and to have adoption, you need to have financial institutions that come on board. that if you want to make payments with a token from Colombia to Argentina, you have an intermediary bank in Colombia that can have a token action over the assets, so you can wire the money from Colombia and send it through blockchain in real time to somebody or receiving party in Argentina. Once the tokens are received, they continue paying that within Argentina domestically or taken to the fiduciary system and to take it into currency. So you need the whole banking network to be on top of this or to come on board. Given the steps made by central banks, probably we're going to have these set of solutions or preliminary solutions that allow you for this. And when it comes to make payments, this would be many of the applications where you can use this new generation of tokens that would be carrying or wiring money. My name is Luis Martins from the Dominican Republic. In the academic world, you were saying that there are many open projects. Could you tell us about what the channel is where we can reach these people, collaborate, and use this platform for doing research in the academic world? How can we contact you? We have a diploma project declare, so you can join forces in the academic world and you can join efforts here. You can contact me directly by email, marcos at l at idb.org. And you can find me on LinkedIn, and I'm sure that we'll be in contact and probably we can join forces and add you to the effort. My name is Lucia and I come from Buenos Aires. I have two questions on blockchain. One is how can you guarantee sustainability because you didn't have any footprint emissions, and how do you work with membership, how do you operate membership, and how do you apply the membership fees? In connection with sustainability, from the environmental point of view, there are blockchain networks that contaminate or that produce a lot of CO2 because they use consensus that is proof of work that requires a lot of computing capacity to create those blocks. In that network, we have proof of authority. So this protocol takes turns to produce a block. So we don't compete in terms of energy, and it's not offset with cryptocurrency. You do not issue the energy wise, so it consumes less energy. That's why we are environmentally sustainable. In the case of memberships, you can refer to the website itb.net and you will have the information on the membership plan. There are three. One that is basic, one that is standard, one what is a standard, one is premium, depending on the registrations per second of blockchain and how many levels of support you have, you're going to subscribe to one package or the other, or you can upload the number of transactions as you're authorized in your membership package. My name is Karina from Bolivia. Probably my question is generic, but it may be complex. Web 3.0 and blockchain speaks of the Internet of Value, where we are going to change or make changes in identity. Is it going to be the right time that credit and debit cards would work or interoperate at the international standard? Are you going to have a blockchain at the worldwide level to work to make it work just like credit cards? Because you were saying the health card with the COVID-19 pandemic. So you could have like Ethereum networks, Bitcoin, or different blockchains to make it work. How do you see this in the future? Are we going to speaking of a standardization or protocol in terms of health? It's great because we have been proposing the Internet of Value since 2018. And what we are discussing right now is what we call World 3. World 3 is the Internet of Value. Now, in connection to how we are going to make this happen, it's very difficult to know how we're going to produce this. What is going to happen is that there's going to be large platforms on top of blockchain. If you had the marketplace of Netflix or Open or others, these are connected not only to a network but to many. So facilitating the choice where you want to deploy the asset, and they're going to offer the platform that will become the interface or the gateway. What we're going to have tomorrow is a digital wallet, an e-wallet, where you're going to have certificates, ID, health, and education, and that could be verified against a different blockchain network. You're going to have 10,000, but there may be more than one against the credential could be verifiable, or a token of interest resides in. So you have the e-wallets and the platforms on top of that that we're going to use, and that will be connected to blockchain networks. So that those that will prevail basically. So until we don't have one blockchain, that is not going to be verifiable, and those will be basically granting and accumulating the value. Thank you, Marcus. Probably you can send us a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's uploaded already or no, I haven't done so, but I'll do that. Thank you, Marcus. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time and for your flexibility. I think that we're done for today. The blockchain topic apparently is very, very interesting. What I was pending is the window of time, because it's hard to understand sometimes out of the formalities that we have with the regulation, the traditional agencies or whatever, like to sell the property over the internet and to sign a deed or a title. How are you going to make this happen with blockchain? Well, time will tell. I will wish you the best during the evening. I think that you were going to go for a cocktail party, right?
La vocera tenía que ser argentina, de fiesta, siempre los argentinos de fiesta.
Bueno, somos del grupo del centro de estudiantes, como decían los chicos acá. No, cualquiera, porque la idea también es relacionarnos, generar networking, que, bueno, nosotros tres desde que llegamos estamos saliendo con Lorenzo, hemos ido a la cancha, no, a las 9 estamos, no. El primer día estuve entregando las credenciales, mañana a las 8. No, bueno, el que se quiera sumar, ir a tomar algo después de estos días, me avisa, lo sumamos a un grupo de WhatsApp, así nos vamos coordinando. Así que ahora vamos a tomar algo cuando salimos, así que nos encontramos en la puerta del hotel.
Sandy dice que no está, porque yo a Sandy la tengo para una clase que tengo que dar hoy, así que me la incluyen a Sandy, que no se quede sin la cerveza o el vinito. Ajá. Bueno, no sé, arréglense ustedes. Yo me la voy a llevar un rato para una clase que tengo que dar justamente para la Agencia de Conectividad Córdoba, de 7 a 8, pero la libero, 8 menos cuarto la libero, así que ya saben, no la dejen sin, por estar ocupada por mí, no la dejen sin. Bueno, gente, que la pasen bien, váyanse todos de fiesta, pero mañana vengan, por favor. Nos vemos.
you.